All right. Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are going to continue watching. We started to watch this, and we started to watch this back in February, and we had to end it because we were behind, I remember, and we kind of fell behind, and then we picked up on another trial. So we have a lot of information on this trial, so we wanted to pick up on the sentencing. So it is Tennessee versus Megan Boswell. So let me go to, I have a couple, her sentencing is today. All right, let's start from the beginning. Her sentencing is today. Let me go to, let me go here. All right, Megan Boswell, she was a mother to Evelyn Boswell, who was 18 months old. And Evelyn went missing in December. Her parents, well, her grandparents, I should say, Salty Girl, good morning to you, and thank you so much for your $4.99 donation. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Miss Trial, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Melissa Crawford. Mike with No Pants Friday. Yes. Mary, I am ever glad you are covering this. Shelf full of kitties, Fancy Nancy says. Yeah, they are. All right, Bama Green Eye Girls. Bama Green Eyes. I'm saying Green Eye Girls. Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Shore Life, good morning to you. Iowa Backyard. Aussie Gardner saying hello. Melissa and Chris, what time does it start? So this actually starts at 1:30. So we are going to fill the time with going back to the trial. We're going to watch openings from both the state and the defense. We're going to go through some key testimony. We're going to show the verdict, and then we're going to, hopefully that will land us right in time for her sentencing. Run with Scissors, good morning to you. Woke as Joke, good to see you. Ed, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Angelique, good to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. G. Stewie, hey gang, working and lurking, no problem. Deb saying good Friday morning to you. And yes, Mikey gets his duck back. Mikey gets his duck back. Stephen, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Deb H saying hello. Mallory, good to see you. Good morning to you. Just a Texan, good morning from Texas. Jenny saying good morning. Good to see you. Mel Stiller, thank you for joining us. Willow Johnson, good to see you as well. Landy, hello. Teresa, hello to you. Rose Batista, I was so invested in this case during trial, looking forward to sentencing. Very, very troubling case for sure. It's there's going to be a lot of rough moments in this, but we do this for Evelyn, so we're not going to forget about her. And she did get justice because Megan was found guilty. So what we're going to do, the sentencing starts at 1:30 Eastern. So what we're going to do is we're going to play. We're just going to kind of go up to that with. We're going to play Megan's news interview when Evelyn went missing. We're going to play some testimony. We're going to play opening statements by the state and the defense, and we're going to play some key testimony. We're going to play the verdict, and then we'll go. Hopefully, that will lead us right into the sentencing. So, the story is little baby Evelyn. She was 18 months old. She was reported missing in February, finally in February, but in December, around Christmas time, her family, her grandfather really hadn't seen her. And we'll hear about this. I have her father and her mother. Well, Megan's father and mother are gonna testify. So, everybody started searching for her, and Megan just kept changing her story. Right? She kept changing her story. First, she said her mom took her. Then she said her boyfriend rolled over on Evelyn. I mean, she just kept telling all these stories. So her charges were first degree felony, aggravated abuse, aggravated child neglect, filing false reports, failing to report the death, 12 counts of false statements. And there could have been more. That's all I could find, but there could have been more. I think there was like 20 maybe altogether. So Evelyn's body was finally found on March 11th of 2020 on the property of her grandfather, who is Tommy, and we're going to hear from Tommy. Now I have another slide here. Okay, so going from the top left, so that's Tommy Boswell. That is Megan's father, and Angela Boswell, right? So you see Megan, and she has 3 siblings, right? So then Megan gets together with Ethan, and we're going to hear from Ethan. I have his testimony lined up as well. And they supposedly have this child named Evelyn, right? So then on the other side, we have William McLeod and Angela, again, Angela Boswell. Megan says that then she was hanging out with this Hunter Wood, and his dad owned a restaurant, or a chain of restaurants maybe. So she hooks up with Hunter Wood, and I think she's the one that she blames him for rolling over on Evelyn at some point. So she says that Angela and William stole Evelyn and went to North Carolina, and so the cops went over there to William's grandmother's place. They searched the pond. It was all this just convoluted story. So those are the players that we're dealing with. So it's a very convoluted, very confusing, very messy trial. But we're going to hear from both Tommy and Angela and Ethan. We're going to hear from those 3. I have that lined up for us. Press gaggle, JRN. Nice. Agent 333, good to see you. Pammy, how are you today? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Edward saying hello. Nomad saying hello as well. All right, Mallory, yeah, poor sweet baby Evelyn. This case was absolutely horrific. It really was. Elizabeth is, this trial was sad. G. Stewie, yes, I remember, because Hunter ended up in mental, and his dad testified. I don't have his dad. I could maybe get his dad's, but I have other things lined up. So, all right, let's, hey, Rough Rider, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so that's the preliminary. So let's get into this. I have about 3.5 to 4 hours lined up for us. So that'll get us to about 1 to 1:30, which is when her sentencing is scheduled to start. So first of all, we are going to, let me come over here. First of all, we're going to hear her say, we're going to hear her talk, right? Okay, so let's get to this. All right, so settle in. It is very disturbing. It's very sad, but as I've said before, we don't shy away from tough cases, because poor baby Evelyn. I mean, she needs a voice, right? She needs somebody to, stand up and be a witness for her. So I'm as sad as this will be and is. I'm always going to say I'm going to stand up for those victims that don't have a voice anymore. So that being said, let's start our day.
Very sweet. She loves everybody. She's never been mean ever, which I'm very thankful for. She's just a really good-hearted baby in general. Like textbook how you want a baby to be, like has hit every milestone early, you know what I mean? Well, when she was 6 months old, she actually put a bottle on her own and went straight to a sippy cup. She started walking probably around like 10 months. That was kind of hard though, because she's like not like small as in like underfed, you know what I'm saying, but like she was a preemie when she was born. She's like a smaller baby, and she kind of had trouble like balancing her weight, but she finally got the hold of it. She's starting to say a lot of words, and
Tell me what kind of things she likes to do. What kind of, is she into any certain TV shows?
Only Baby Shark. We went to Texas to see her dad, Ethan, and she slept the whole way there. Like I had to make her wake up to eat and stuff like that, and that's like a 24-hour drive there.
So let's get into the last time you saw her. Tell me what that time was like and when that was.
Well, actually I want to talk about that. I've told TBI where to find her in Mendota. My mom took her to a campground and a silver camper, and if they don't go tonight, I'm going to go find her myself. Because I've told them, and they're not really like taking it seriously, and if they don't go tonight, like I will go myself and go get her.
Tell me about the last time though that you saw Evelyn. Tell me what you guys did and when that was.
We went to go out to eat, and then my mom came and got her. She was wearing a little hot pink tracksuit with a matching bow and little matching shoes.
And was this December 20, like right after Christmas?
A little bit before Christmas. my mom, like, you can ask her, is a very vindictive, manipulating person, and
Yes,
she basically, like, threatened me the whole time that she was gone.
Do you know who has Evelyn right now?
She dropped her off somewhere in Mendota at a silver camper. But my mom would always say the person, not like people, plural.
So there is a person that has her in Mendota.
They're not taking me seriously, TBI isn't, because I've not fully told them. I've been like, hey, like my mom camped out at Mendota, you want to go check them out, but I've never been like specifically, hey, she's not your silver camper, because my mom did threaten me, like, you know, if I told anybody. I'm not going to get into that, but she did.
So your mom has had Evelyn the whole time? Or the whole time?
Or the person that is in Mendota has had her the whole time.
Tell me why you let your mom take care of her. Did she take her from you that night? And
Well, she was just supposed to babysit
You
her
had to go to work.
because I was going to work.
and then when did you know that something was wrong?
Well, whenever, like, she picked me up Wednesday, and I told her, like, hey, they're doing a press release about the Amber Alert thing, and then she freaked out, and that's why they couldn't find her. Like, nobody talked to her for days until they arrested her. She just kind of, poof, gone. But she kept trying to take me to Mendota, and I kept asking. I was like, oh, are you taking me to Evelyn? And she would never tell me yes or no. And I was like, well, if you're not, I'm just calling my police station, come and get me, like, I'm not playing these games with you.
And so tell me, the day that you dropped her off with your mom to let her babysit, was there anything off about your mom that day? Did you have any suspicion that she was going to take your child?
No. Well, I called her, and she was just like, oh, she's safe, like, you know, that kind of thing. And then she started threatening me, which, like I said, I'm not going to get into, like, everything she threatened me with, you know, because I'm just not, but...
Obviously now that you believe you know who has her, what do you have to say to them?
To just bring her back.
Look in the camera.
I just want her back, that's all I want. I've been so long without her, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't you report it missing earlier? Because my mom threatened me, and I just want her back. That's all I can think about is how much I just want her back.
Talk to me about when you had the indication that she was missing and something was seriously wrong.
Just when she left and took off, and just to answer her phone.
Talk to me about why your dad made that report.
Because he was talking to my mom the night before, and he was like, oh, well, if she doesn't come home, I'm going to call. And she was going on, well, you're going to regret this. Like, I'm going to have to leave and never be able to come back. You will regret this.
Was there a reason that, that you didn't make the call and it was your dad?
Because mom kept threatening me if I made the call.
Well, you said that you've had some issues with your mom in the past. Was there a reason you decided to let her babysit her that night? I know that, you said that you had
Well,
some
she's
issues.
my mom. I wanted to trust her.
Sheriff Cassidy told the media on Friday, I was there, that you were giving conflicting statements. Why-
Because I wouldn't necessarily, I was trying to protect my mom maybe in hopes, oh, well, she'd just tell them where Evelyn was, but obviously she's not going to.
So now you're coming out and you're saying this is the honest truth, that you know where she is.
I know she has to be in a campground in Mendota with somebody. And mom told me that they had a silver camper, and that's all she would tell me.
Are you cooperating as much as you can with TBI and the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department?
I am.
But just tell me, how so are you, constantly on the phone with them, talking to them about the tips, anything like that?
Yeah, and I've looked into stuff online myself, like, people are, like, circulating pictures around me, like, oh, this is Evelyn, you know what I'm saying, and, like, that kind of thing. But no. And, like, Saturday, nobody would answer me, and I blew all their phones up. And every chance they've let me be up there, I have been up there.
And Wednesday will be a week since the Amber Alert went out. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
I just don't know if the person who has her is, like, maybe scared that they're going to get in trouble. But they won't. They just bring her back.
What are you thinking about her current status right now? Do you think she is okay? Do you think she's being taken care of? And what is your message to authorities right now? To the TBI, Sullivan County, and all of the sheriff's departments and any authority that's working on this case?
Just that if they don't take it seriously, what I just said, I will go find her myself. They've told me before they'll arrest me for tampering with evidence, and I told them on my phone, I was like, I don't care if you arrest me for tampering with evidence. If you go up there, I'm going to tonight.
Do you have a message to the public?
Don't stop until she's back. They need to stop reporting, like, psychics, for one, like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Because that just wastes the TBI's time when they could be actually trying to find my daughter. Instead, people are like, oh, well, this lady did a tarot card reading, like, you know what I mean? I feel like that just takes away from the time of, like, them actually searching for my daughter. I'm just happy that people are coming together to try to find her. Because the main important thing right now is the baby. I'm just happy that people are trying to find her.
Have you been in contact with her father, you think?
Yeah. He's actually trying to get leave approved right now to come up here and try to, help find her.
What is her relationship like with him?
She's only been around him a couple times because when he was in the Army.
And what is your relationship like with him? Do you keep in contact with him?
Well, yeah, we have a kid together. You know what I mean?
Did you notify him when you knew something was wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have multiple social media profiles is one that we've been getting a lot.
Because I break phones a lot and I forget the password. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really bad about remembering passwords. Now I have them all set to one, but, up until that point, I just couldn't remember the password to them. So I'll just make a new one when I got a new phone.
Tell me why you wanted to come out today and speak with us.
Just to talk about Evelyn, and if TBI doesn't go find her tonight, I'm hell-bent on going myself. And that's the truth, one way or another.
This is a really big case, and a lot of people have a lot of questions surrounding this. Is there any other message that you want to send to anyone?
Well, if you don't have tips for sure, because over 370 some tips have been called in and they've just not panned out. I appreciate people trying to help, but also that's wasting TBI's time because they have to check out every single lead that's called in.
Obviously it's been a long time since you've seen her. Are you worried about that, about reuniting with her?
No, because I love her. I know she loves me.
And do you think she's been taken care of well in the time that you've missed with her?
I hope she has been.
Tell me what the first things you want to do with her.
I'm just going to hug her and not let her go.
Wow.
They'll have to pry her from my arms. Literally, because I'm just not going to let her go. Probably going to sing Baby Shark to her. And just hug her and not let her go. My favorite thing is the first time she kissed me, Lord, I cried for over a week because she would pull my hair and I would just let her do it, because I love her. I didn't want to make her cry or be upset in any way, and she would pull chunks of my hair out. And she was in her walker one night and she dropped her sippy cup and I bent down to pick it up and I thought, oh, she's going to pull my hair. She pulled my face close to her and she kissed my cheek and I just cried about it for over a week because I was like, oh my God, I'm the first person that she's kissed, you know what I'm saying? Just little stuff like that. I love her to death and I would hate to have missed out on anything. Especially because of my mom.
And obviously, you told me you talked to your mom a couple of times throughout this. And each time, did she give you any update on Evelyn?
She just told me that she was safe.
So when was the last time you talked to your mom? Physically, just the two of you on the phone, or?
Wednesday, the 19th.
Tell me any details about that conversation.
I mean, she was just going off on me and wanting to go to Mendota, and I kept telling her, I was like, if Evelyn's in Mendota, just take me to her. I will take her up there. We can just end this right now. Let's make this simple. Just give me my child back right now before this gets blown out of proportion. And she would never be like, oh yeah, I'm taking you. She'd just be like, you don't need to talk to them. I don't want you going up there, and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, well, if you're not going to take me to her, pull over, and I will have somebody on Sullivan County's end come get me to go up there and talk to them.
What is your biggest fear right now?
I have a lot of them. Just that I don't know that maybe they won't find her tonight, or maybe they don't find her tomorrow. Maybe it's weeks from now before they find her. The people aren't going to be like, oh well, I'm not giving her back because I've kept her for 2 months. This is my child now. Well, still, I'm just worried that they're going to be angry about that. You know what I mean?
No, right.
She just needs to come home.
Exactly.
She's been away from her mom for long enough.
So, I know there are a ton of social media rumors. So if there's anything that you wanted to set straight that I'm not aware of, I will. This is
Gypsies are not a cult. They've been asking people if there's a gypsy ringleader, and we're not ringleaders. We're not out here kidnapping babies or anything like that.
So would you describe your family as a gypsy family?
Well, yeah. And my dad's very proud of that, but he's just mad about all the rumors going around, trashing them because we're not a cult, you know what I mean?
And now that your mom is back here and are getting ready to be back here in Sullivan County, what do you hope comes out of that? Obviously, she and her, what believes her boyfriend was arrested.
Well, I doubt she's going to tell the truth, but hopefully she does. For Evelyn's sake. Not even for her sake at this point. Just if she hears this, I hope you tell the truth for her sake. That is your grandbaby. It's went on long enough.
So I forgot about that gypsy angle. I totally forgot about that. And as I'm watching this, I'm like, that didn't age well. Oh, that statement didn't age well. Oh, yeah, that didn't age well. I mean, how many times did she say, I'm not lying, or I hope my mom just comes out and tells the truth, Ouch. So sentencing again, guys, is going to be at 1:30 Eastern. So we're filling the time. We didn't want to just come on and do the sentencing. We wanted to do a whole kind of backstory and revisit the trial because it happened in February. Now, Aussie Gardner, you asked why did it take so long? And some other people asked that earlier as well. Well, you've heard PSI, right? Pre-sentencing investigation or pre-sentence investigation. Lori Daybell waived her right to a PSI or pre-sentence investigation and or report. You heard it yesterday. They were talking about a PSI, and basically that is just both sides have a chance to do a lot of things. First of all, it allows the victims to come up with victim impact statements. Sometimes they're not always ready to go, although we saw that yesterday with Ruth and Phil, Dan's parents. They had their impact statement ready to go. So it gives victims a chance. It gives the both parties a chance to come up with their arguments, pro and con. It gives if somebody needs a psychological evaluation, it gives time for that. So even though this happened in February, and here we are, 6-7 months later, there's a lot that has to go on in between. They have to, investigators and or both sides have to look at why this person should be put away for whatever the time is that they should be put away. And then the other side, obviously the defense is like, why this person should not be put away and has the ability to be rehabilitated. So there's a lot that goes on. As much as we want the sentencing, and it does happen, we've seen that before. It does happen where people are sentenced straight away. We get that. But in this case, those are the reasons that we believe have made it last from February until now. Here we are, September. So I hope that explains the time that it took for them to get from her conviction to her sentencing. All right, so I'm glad you guys are with us, and it's going to be, it's a tough situation. And she lied. Now that we know what we know, she just got up there and she just lied, like left and right and left and right. So my question to you guys is, why would she do that? Why did she lie? She says her mom took the baby. Then she says her boyfriend rolled over on Evelyn. I'm pretty sure this was the trial where she said that her boyfriend rolled over and then they got spooked or something. And then I think it was her boyfriend that took baby Evelyn to her father's house. So is that what happened, or did something else happen? But what would happen, or what would cause somebody to lie? I mean, does she have a mental defect? Is there something going on where the pistons aren't firing on all 6, 7, 8, 10 cylinders, however many you want to say? Like, is she just not, synapsi are not firing properly? Did she get scared? I mean, she is young. So did she get scared and she didn't know what to do? Like what causes somebody to do this? You know what I'm saying? Stay out of prison. So she did it, you think, to stay out of prison? I think she wanted the TV. TV the baby so she could start over with Hunter. So she was... Okay, so that's one thing. Then why then just tell the lies? Because she just wanted to have a new life. The autopsy would surely show. Yep. Tammy, I think she did it for attention. Lack of a moral compass. All right, Tash. We'll go with Tash. What causes somebody to not have a moral compass then? Like, what is it? Is that her upbringing? Is that something that happened to her that caused her to not have a moral compass? I guess that comes from your parents, grandparents, older siblings, right? You get all of that when you're as you're growing up. Maybe teachers, that kind of stuff. All of the above. Mikazador, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Haven't seen you in a long time. Little Lulu, the new guy didn't want the baby. Jealous of the baby in her twisted mind. The second one, Tash, right? Tash or Tosh? Like Natasha or Tash? Let me know. Elizabeth, she had a screwy life. Psychosaurus, she's just a lying liar who lies. Doesn't have to be more complicated than that. She's likely been a liar her entire life. But are you just born? Is that okay? Psychosaurus, absolutely appreciate that. But then I do want to dig deeper. I do want to make it more complicated because I need to know the answer. I don't think I can just say, oh, she's just a liar. I mean, what causes somebody to be a liar? What causes somebody? Is it nature versus nurture? Are we just born to be a liar? Are we, what is it? What is it that causes people to do that? A new life, but at such a cost? Jaron says she would totally look you in the face and say her hair was blonde. Sinbad, she backed herself into a corner when she lied to Hunter about Evelyn being with her dad in Texas. She's a natural liar who always lied to get what she wanted. Emotional immaturity that made permanent consequences. Tosh, okay. Thank you. All right. Got it. Thank you for that, Tosh. Picture of the baby breaks my heart every time. I know. Good morning, Jags girl. Sorry, it's going to be a heavy day, but good morning. Thank you for joining us. Moki, good morning to you. There are people who just lie so naturally, usually when, as kids, they are embarrassed by their home life. Then it evolves as they see how well the lies work. Now that I can understand. I can definitely understand that. Manipulation, like, okay, when you do something, quote unquote, bad, and you see what the reaction is, or you do something good, right? A lot of comedians say that when they would trip and fall and their siblings would laugh. And as a kid, you're like, oh, I got a reaction. I got somebody to look at me. Somebody reacted a certain way. So I've heard that before from comedians. So then tripping and falling was a way to get attention. So maybe, you do something bad and then you get yelled at, then you start to cry, and then your parent or guardian or whatever says, oh, no, it's okay. And then that sinks in and you're like, oh, okay, if I cry, then I won't get yelled at. I'll get the sympathy. So Richard says, pathological lying stems from a combination of underlying issues like low self-esteem, childhood trauma, and mental health conditions such as personality disorders. Mel says, sometimes there's no answer, not one that makes any sense. Good morning, Jenny. Yes, our names are back to normal YouTube. It happened, it just popped in yesterday, like midway through the day. It just does it. Tosh says, sometimes it just is. Parents can raise two children. One will have morals and one doesn't. Can't really say what causes it. Joe, 1:30 Eastern. So a few more hours. We've got about, three hours? Three and a half hours? UK, first time commenting. Truly appreciate this wonderful community. Poor baby Evelyn. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. P. Cooper, did she have abuse in her childhood? Could lead to personality disorders. And yes, Jags girl, this baby deserves justice. That's why we do what we do. Joanne, Jedi Platypus. Oh, terrible night's sleep. But I'm sure that I slept better than convicted deleter Grandma Gotti. Yep. The lies make you feel superior. The lies make her feel superior to you. I can get with that. So Aaron is saying, okay, so PSI. So again, this is why it takes so long to, good morning, Queen Olive Ruthann. Good to see you. Camping in Montana. Very cool. So we were going back to why it takes so long. So after conviction, the court typically orders a PSI. Probation officer compiles a detailed report on the defendant's background. So family life, education, mental health, prior criminal history, and the circumstances of the offense. This report takes time to investigate and prepare, especially in a high-profile case like Megan's. So both sides often take weeks or months to prepare their sentencing memorandum. The defense may gather mitigating evidence such as letters of support, expert testimony, records from childhood, while the prosecution compiles aggravating factors to argue for the maximum sentence. So that goes to what we were talking about earlier with why it's taking so long. Like I know a lot of people. Let's see. So let's see. Answer all the questions. Was she always a liar? Did she feel pressure after Evelyn was born? So that goes to why it's taking so long. So let's see. Alice, thank you for the Trial TV Live gifted membership in Beach Life. You got one. All right. Awesome. Tosh received one yesterday. Cool. Very cool. Cindy says there's increased activity in the prefrontal cortex in the brain when a person lies. Deb H says, my dad confronted me after a fight with mom, which usually ended up with me getting hit. He taught me to love even if the other person is in the wrong. All right. Psychosaurus. I have so many thoughts, but 170 characters at a time. I know. I'm sure you do. I'm the kind of person, Psychosaurus, that I can't accept that's just the way it is. It's hard for me to just be like, oh yeah, that's just the way it is. Sometimes it is what it is, comes out of my mouth too, but I'm always like, well, but why? but why? I always want to get to that core. I always want to get down to the core of like, but why? Does it go back to childhood? Does it go back to being raised a certain way? Is it nature versus nurture? Are we born a certain way? Or is it the environment we're born into? All that stuff. So, all right, let's get on to the next one. Okay, so again, we're kind of telling a story here before sentencing is going to be in a couple hours. So next up, this is law enforcement providing an update. So this is law enforcement providing an update. Then we're going to get into.
I'm Jeff Cat.
We're going to get into some more. We're going to get into testimony. So we're going to hear from some people in the court. We're going to hear some testimony.
Sheriff of Sullivan County. I want to start out by saying that we've been looking for baby Evelyn since last Tuesday. We've been working 24/7 nonstop. As you all know, she was first reported missing last week, and we're still searching for her and working to determine exactly when she disappeared. We have followed up on over 570 tips, along with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and Federal Bureau of Investigation. We've been working as a team on this ever since baby Evelyn's went missing. At this point, most of you are aware that we've received a number of conflicting, inaccurate statements from the mother, Megan Boswell, Evelyn's mother. During the investigation, we determined that some of the statements Megan Boswell provided to us were false. Many of the false statements that Megan made delayed our investigations and also impeded our investigations on trying to find Evelyn. As a result, she has been charged with false reporting. Because the investigation remains active and ongoing, we can only release specific answers to this investigation. Of course, everybody knows that a lot of the stuff that we've received, with it being conflicting and inaccurate, and a lot of the information you all are receiving are from the mother, Megan. A lot of the stuff that you're seeing out on social media and a lot of the stuff that has been relayed to you hadn't come from our office. So we want to release the most accurate information to you all, and we want to be promptly in doing so. So a lot of the stuff that you all are getting is from the mother. and you take with it what you want, but she has been inaccurate, conflicting statements all through this investigation. If you have any more information or need information about these specific charges and about maybe the future of this case, I would like to refer that to our District Attorney General, Barry Staubus, or District Attorney General office, okay? Also, if you have any questions relating to the Amber Alert process, of course, I'd like to refer you to our Public Information Officer for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Leslie Earhart. However, please know that we remain committed and continue to do everything possible to find out what happened to Evelyn. And as always, as soon as relevant information and accurate information, I want to really reiterate that, as it comes to us, we will get that out as soon as possible, okay? Anyone with relevant information concerning Evelyn's whereabouts are asked to call 1-800-TBI-FIND, okay? I'm just going to take a few questions because everything we have released to you, that have been proved to be relevant or misinformation, so there's not really much that we can answer because, like I say, this is an active, ongoing investigation, and we don't want to have conflicting stories, and social media has really impeded this investigation, so we really want to get just accurate information out to you all. Okay, so I'll take a few questions, and my Public Information Officer, Captain Seabolt, will take us if you have anything relating to the missing vehicle and the bolo that we put on the BMW and the charges on the grandmother and Mr. McLeod. Okay.
Sheriff, yesterday Megan Boswell told us that she couldn't take a polygraph because she was pregnant.
Right.
Can you kind of touch on the fact that you guys maybe have not administered one of those to her, or has she received a CVSA or anything like that?
She was never asked to meet us for any polygraph. We don't actually have a polygraph examiner. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation does the polygraphing. We never set up any type of interview for her. And the pregnant statements, I'll have to leave that to her. That's information she released to you. Of course, it being medical, there's HIPAA violations that we have to look into, and I can't release that information at this time.
Sheriff, do you still believe Evelyn Boswell is alive, and are you any closer to finding where she is?
I hope and pray. My staff hopes and pray, and everybody working on this case hope and pray she's alive, and we're going to continue to work just like she is alive.
Sheriff, as more time elapses, is this case becoming more complicated?
Well, it was complicated from the beginning. Good question, but like I say, we were just, it was just reported last Tuesday. Last known sighting, verified, was 1st of December, so we were already behind the 8 ball, 67, 68 days before she was even reported missing. So a lot of the tips that we followed up on, they hadn't been really relevant to or pertinent to our investigation.
Sheriff, we're hearing that authorities in Wilkes County are searching in a pond in connection with this. Speaking of those social media rumors, is this true, and how can we combat things?
I'm glad you brought that up, Ansley. I meant to tell you all that is just information we just received, and that is confirmed. They are looking in an area in Wilkes County, North Carolina. It wasn't asked from anybody that I know of from our agency or Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, but they are actively looking at a area in Wilkes County, North Carolina.
And this is in connection with Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the reward money still at $56,000?
No, it's up to $59,850.
How frustrating is it for you as rumors on social media have circulated? We've heard reports possibly in Virginia Beach, now North Carolina. I mean, do you have any idea where these leads are coming from, and kind of how are you working to combat those that are false?
Well, that's one thing I want to relay to the public. You know, law enforcement has to work on probable cause. We can't go on assumptions, gut feelings. We have to have relevant, sufficient evidence to prosecute a case. So with that, I got with the District Attorney General late last night while we were working on this case, and all we have at the time was false reporting. So we arrested her for that. And like I say, our main concern right now is find Evelyn, but like you said, very frustrating. 2 months before she's even reported missing. It puts us behind, puts our investigation behind. And then, like you say, speculation. people posting on social media assumptions. We can't go on assumptions. We got to have fact, and with fact, we have to have probable cause before we can execute search warrants, make arrests, if that makes sense.
Sheriff, following up on that, how should the community help? We've had so many questions. What can we do?
The community has been outstanding. The outpouring support of the support from the community, but you got to think of our timeline of 2 months, over 2 months of her missing. We would love to have a grid search area and form search teams to assist us in locating Evelyn, but 413 square miles in our county, and then there was a possibility of Mendota, some possibilities of North Carolina. You can imagine the labor-intensive work we would have to have just trying to form a search team. If we can get some information to where we can narrow that down to in a mile grid area, we would be glad to have more help. But just prayers, concerns, support from our local community and all over the nation has really been outpouring, and we appreciate the prayers and support.
Sheriff, have you been able to speak to the grandmother since she got back from Oaks County?
I have not myself, but she has been questioned by investigators.
What has she told you?
I'll leave that up. That's still under investigation. I really wouldn't like to comment on that.
Sheriff, I know that
One more question.
you've all said that her story has changed, the mother's story has changed multiple times since you guys initially started talking to her.
Yes, sir.
Since she's been arrested, has her story changed yet again, or kind of what has been like?
Every time we talk to her, her story changes. I'm serious when I say that. Every single time.
Sheriff, you said the last verified sighting was the 1st of December. A few moments ago, we previously heard it was December 26th, December 11th, 10th or 11th.
10th or 11th is what I've been going on simply because it was verified by somebody that's not lied to us.
Is that the babysitter?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So you talked to him or her?
We've interviewed everybody.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. And like I say, we will promptly get information out to you as it comes to us when it's relevant and accurate. So like I say, just be patient with us. I appreciate your all's patience, but as you can tell, this is a very, very difficult case. And whenever a lot of stuff comes to us, it's just not accurate, and I don't want to get that to you all, okay? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
If you guys have follow-up questions related to the investigation, we ask that you send Andy Seabolt an email at seabolt@scsotn.com. If you have a question related directly to the Amber Alert, you can reach us at tbi.media@tn.gov. Thank you.
Is Clyde still in North Carolina? Do we know if he's here back there, or is he still in the car? Yes, he's still there.
All right, so that's that press conference. So you can hear they're like saying they were very frustrated because every single time that they talked to Megan, she was just telling a different story. She told like just literally every time they talked. So they had arrested her. So now the next clip, before we get to the state's opening, the next clip is 6 minutes long, and this is they indict her. This is a grand jury indicting her. So again, we're just telling a story here.
Good afternoon.
Telling a story as we are waiting for sentencing to begin at 1:30, which is another 3 hours or so. So we're going to get to this is the indictment of Megan Boswell. So she's been arrested, and now they're indicting her.
Afternoon. I'm Leslie Earhart, a Public Information Officer for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Thank you for being here. This case has been difficult from the beginning. Not only did it capture the attention of residents here in Sullivan County, but all across the country. Simply put, Evelyn stole our hearts. So we do appreciate you being here today and continuing to follow this case as it develops. In just a moment, you'll be hearing from 3 speakers: District Attorney General Barry Stavas, Sullivan County Sheriff Jeff Cassidy, and TBI Director David Roush. We also want to thank Special Agent in Charge Joseph Carrico with the FBI for being here today, and for the FBI's assistance during the search for Evelyn, as well as their support throughout the investigation. Please understand that the information you are about to hear is the extent of what we can provide at this time in order to preserve the integrity of the case. For that reason, we will not be opening the floor to questions once the speakers are finished. General Stavas.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This afternoon, the grand jury of Sullivan County returned a true bill, a presentment, charging Megan Boswell with a total of 19 counts. There were 2 counts of felony murder, one in perpetration of aggravated child abuse and one in perpetration of aggravated child neglect. 1 count of aggravated child abuse, 1 count of aggravated child neglect, 1 count of tampering with evidence, 1 count of 12 counts of false report, 1 count of abuse of corpse, 1 count of failure to report a death under suspicious or unusual or unnatural circumstances. The next hearing date is August the 28th in criminal court for Sullivan County, and the bond on this case currently is $1 million.
Thank you, General Staubus. Baby Evelyn's body was found on March 6th. Since that time, my detectives, TBI agents, and the DA's office have worked tirelessly conducting interviews, combing through evidence, and establishing a timeline in order to determine the circumstances leading to Baby Evelyn's death. As a result of false information given by the defendant, along with misinformation circulated in the community, there's been a lot of confusion in the case. I want to be clear when I say that after an extensive and thorough investigation, other individuals were eliminated as suspects, and Megan Boswell became the sole suspect in this case. My office has received dozens of calls and messages over the last several months from concerned residents wanting to make sure that we had not forgotten about baby Evelyn. I assure you we haven't and we won't. I want to express my sincere appreciation to those residents who have shown their support throughout this process. We've received foods, cards, prayers, many encouragement, and we appreciate that more than you know. I know many of you still have a lot of questions in this case. Please know that we can't speak to the evidence gathered during this investigation because this case now has to be prosecuted. We are determined to make sure that justice is served for baby Evelyn. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Director David Roush.
Thanks, Sheriff. I appreciate it. I'd like to thank the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and the FBI for their partnership in this case. This case is yet another example of the excellent collaborative efforts of law enforcement in Upper East Tennessee, and quite frankly, throughout the state. Every single person who worked on this case should be commended. I know it wasn't easy, and it had to be heartbreaking throughout. As we struggle to attempt to understand why or even how someone can harm an innocent child, we will never know, because thank God most of us are not wired that way. But we can certainly try our best to make sure that those responsible for these incomprehensible acts are held accountable. Today's indictment is the first step in assuring that that happens. Our hearts and prayers go out to the family and friends who love baby Evelyn, along with the many citizens who, like us, developed deep-seated love for this sweet little girl. She didn't deserve this. No child does. And that's why we will continue to work to pursue justice in this case. It's the best and most important thing we can do to honor her memory. We now move to the critical role in our system of working with General Staubus's office to engage the courts and provide the proof that so many have worked tirelessly to collect. We are deeply grateful to this team of professionals for the determined and methodical investigation. In closing, we would like to encourage anyone who suspects that a child is being abused to immediately report it. Child abuse must stop, and we must do all we can in our power to make it stop. You can report it to your local law enforcement agency or call the Tennessee Child Abuse Hotline at 1-877-237-0004. Thank you.
All right. So that she was indicted. And I want to read through. Okay, so Aaron sent some more information. Okay, so she was convicted of felony murder in Evelyn. We get that. Okay, so this carries a mandatory life sentence. So the judge doesn't get to decide whether or not she goes to prison for life. That's already set by law. But life in prison in Tennessee means 60 years. So she has to serve at least 51 of those 60 years before she can be considered for parole. Right? So this means she'll be in her 70s before there's any chance of release. That's if the parole board grants it. So she has to spend at least 60 years. I'm sorry. She's got at least 60 years, but she can be up for parole when she's 51, which I think I put she's looking at least 60. But now the only thing that's left for the judge to decide is how all these other charges are going to stack up. Will they be concurrent or will they be consecutive? So I think I put that in as well. So, but either way, she's I think she's like 25 now or something. She's still young. I'm not quite sure how old she is, but I'll look that up in a second. So she's going to be, well into her 60s by the time she gets, or even 70s by the time she's up for parole. So I hope that that helps you. I think Drunky, you were the one that asked that. So she's facing 60, but she has possibility of parole after 51. But then she has all these other charges. What did they just say? She has like 20 charges. So she's got, some of them are first degree, felony, aggravated child neglect, filing false reports, failing to report it, 12 counts of false statements. She's not going to go anywhere. That's for sure. So, all right. So now we're going to get to opening statements. She's 24. Okay. Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, I thought she was pretty young when all this went down. Jenny, I'll never forget the horrible mess of Megan's trailer when I watched this trial. Yeah, she couldn't even toss out dirty diapers. Yeah, there was a guy that was on the stand. I don't have him queued up, but I agree. There was a guy that took the stand that cleaned it up, and it was pretty nasty. Pretty nasty. Sharon, yeah, she'll be in for life. I think so too. I don't think she's going anywhere. All right, so let's get to the state's opening. This is 20 minutes long. This is the state opening, and then we'll get to the defense opening.
But good morning. Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock, it's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon," "what a tragedy." A child has such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time, Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week. But you will hear there was concern. But they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved, the FBI gets involved, all hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led them to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further, where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana. Pulling him out of his duty, I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. And we all know why now. But at the time, Megan, again, tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one saw. No one. Not Ethan Perry or anyone else saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can. Her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time, and that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. And that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told, and you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further. This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself. Not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Blountville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. Everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and hoping, just hoping, to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to live her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all, that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
All right, so that is the state's opening. Yes, 1:30. 1:30 will be the sentencing. 1:30 will be the sentencing. All right, so that's the state's opening now, because everybody has a side to tell. Right? Isn't that the way there's always two sides to a story. Let's see what the defense has to say, because we watch this. I'm doing this a large part for myself, to be selfish, because we watched this, but and I remember a lot of it, but it was a while ago. It was back in February. So I'm doing this because I need to kind of refresh myself on this as well. So I hope you guys are in the same boat as me. You know, a lot of this is coming back to me and refreshing me, but a lot of it is like, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot about that. So I hope you guys are digging this as well. And we're going to get into all kinds of different testimony. All right, so this is the defense opening. This is 14 minutes long. So let's hear what he has to say.
I don't really know where I was at, but when Miss Massey goes, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom that wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died, and they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed, and the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday I was talking about in voir dire, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significance. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it was placed in the trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled up the child in the bed? And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. But I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. As Harper talked about yesterday, how your life experiences are different. Well, mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared you're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. And I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old that wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count, and we're persistent in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you all about certain things, and I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find the false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, in the case of the death of her daughter, the death had already occurred when she gave those statements. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. How to get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. Now I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything for Evelyn. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, we're going to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend that they talk about. It's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan that did this. Well, we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property, that he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mikey. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that will come out in the proof, and I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you that baby wasn't placed in that tragically dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on the Smashes Gills talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was and didn't hit on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it. The cadaver dog didn't hit. Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, you're tasked with determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died of sudden death syndrome. It's on the upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is the middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from someone rolling over, as they believe. Just negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way it was disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's murdered. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about the last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child is severe health or sudden infant death syndrome. Had that have been included, she would have stood up and said, I'm guilty of that, I did that. But it's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl that panicked. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I probably cross-examined you a lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know the jury selection process. I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be a good juror. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I was hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for me.
All right. I had forgotten about this. So if you guys notice, the judge has a model of the space station, space shuttle. And I remember, and now I remember, this trial is bringing back all kinds of things. So he went to the University of Tennessee, this judge, and there were 7 astronauts that were born in Tennessee that flew on space shuttle missions. So as we go through this trial, keep an eye out on the model of the space shuttle. 3 of them were on the Columbia, which of course broke up over Texas. So it was Mike Baker, who was the pilot, mission specialist Tammy Jernigan, and then mission specialist Bill Shepard. So they were on the Columbia. They were all born in Tennessee, and seven astronauts who went to Tennessee, and the judge went to University of Tennessee. So I remember looking that up at the time. So as we go through testimony, for those that are into space and the space shuttle missions and all that stuff, we were like, why does the judge have a model of the space shuttle? So we looked it up. I looked it up, and we found that information. All right. Let us get to the medical examiner, because we need to find out. We need to find out how poor little Evelyn passed away. So, that doesn't work. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Yes, the Columbia Space Shuttle, great setup on his bench. He moved it for better view during the trial, Sinbad said. Yes. Yeah, it was cool, right? JRN, I love space stuff. Yes, me too. So, yeah, interesting little side story was that the judge, that was a nod to all the astronauts that have gotten out of, come out of Tennessee. Yeah, Psychosaurus. I remember the space shuttle on his desk. All right. So we're going to hear from the medical examiner. So again, this is probably going to be pretty brutal, but here we go.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Darenka Milosnik Polchan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would say and spell your full name for us, for the record, please.
My first name is Darenka, spelled Darinka, and my last name is Milosnik Polchan. Milosnik is spelled Mileusnic. Polchan is Polchan.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Knox and Anderson counties and the Chief Medical Officer for the Regional Forensic Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, and also hold the position of Clinical Assistant Professor Associate Professor of Pathology at University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
And how long have you held those positions?
I've been acting chief and chief since 2008. I've been in Knoxville since 2002.
All right. What, if you would give us a little bit about your education that allows you to hold those positions?
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka, RIJEKA in Croatia. It's a 6-year medical program with the last year of internship because it's a different kind of system of schooling in Europe. And then I stayed at the same university teaching medical students and doing research for approximately 4 more years. And then relocated to Chicago area in 1991 to continue research and teach. And I joined the Department of Pharmacology and Neuroscience at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then during those research years, while I was completing my PhD, I also joined the Department of Pathology to get a training in neuropathology, anatomic pathology. That's where I spent about 3.5 years. And then after completion of those studies, decided actually to go into the field of forensic pathology. So finishing training in pathology at Loyola University at the same time as I was getting my PhD actually enabled me then to switch to Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner and then complete the last year of training in forensic pathology in Chicago area. And I stayed there with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner in the city of Chicago for about 4 years prior to relocating to Knoxville to continue the same line of work, essentially. And during that time, I became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
All right. Are you licensed to practice medicine here in Tennessee?
Yes.
And are you certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I am.
Do you maintain membership in any sort of medical-related societies?
Yes, there are a number of societies such as American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then just the regular pathology groups that College of American Pathologists and American Society of Clinical Pathologists. The membership in the name, actually, National Association of Medical Examiners, is important because actually that's the accrediting body for the forensic centers in the state of Tennessee, and then of course we are accredited by the name, by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
All right. Have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've published some papers and platform presentations and book chapters with the main interest in kind of intersection of forensic pathology and anthropology, and then those mainly book chapters. And as far as the publications,
you know what, guys, I'm going to fast forward through her credentials. It just occurred to me we don't have to listen to her credentials. That's not why I'm really here. I just occurred to me we can fast forward through this. So I'm going to zoom here.
Pathology and patients, pathology and forensic in the state system. What I do, and that's work happen.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, in many counties in East Tennessee. Actually, I believe here in Sullivan County years. Look at the case, and I can list all the entries that I compiled in my report if that's
sure.
Acceptable. So what was available to me at the time of review and writing of my report is the birth certificate for Evelyn Boswell, Indian Path Medical Center birth records, Premier Pediatrics medical records, Mountain States Medical Group Urgent Care medical records, Bristol Regional Medical Center medical records, then autopsy report performed and signed by Dr. Schmidt, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, TBI forensic biology reports, several of them.
In your review of those materials, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
So my opinion was that Evelyn died of asphyxial death and that the manner of death was homicide.
All right. And again, you reviewed the autopsy that had been done by Dr. Schmidt. How, if anything, did your opinion differ from what she had concluded?
In essence, actually, our opinion did not really differ much, except that in my report, and that's the kind of luxury of writing kind of expert review report versus the just regular autopsy report, is that I specify several different ways of asphyxial death or different mechanisms of it.
Okay. And when you say different mechanisms of asphyxia, what are you talking about? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
So asphyxia essentially means that the inability of a person to breathe or for the oxygen to be supplied to the cells in the body. And the different ways how that can occur is either by preventing the circulation to the brain or other organs and tissues in the body, or preventing the breathing, or putting a person in such a position that essentially compromises both circulation and breathing at the same time, with the end result of essentially depriving the tissues and organs of oxygen. And then in that with that respect, actual asphyxial death in general are very complex deaths, And if there is any compromise in the integrity of the person, such as decomposition, then they have to be really described in such a manner, these mechanisms, that
Please. Previously admitted as exhibit number 19. And if you would, kind of tell the jury what they're looking there and how what they're seeing relates to the mechanisms of asphyxia.
can I show on the screen? Or,
Is there a pointer up there? It looks like a flashlight.
There's a pointer?
Yes, if you don't care.
So what we are seeing is the trash can with the a child in a trash bag with the several layers on top of her, one of them being the blanket. That's essentially when, and that's how we all approach the scenes, is we go layer by layer, kind of uncovering the individual, whether it's adult or a child, in a similar fashion, because we don't want to lose any evidence, number one, and number two, we want to show all the kind of components of that asphyxia by approaching it in this layered fashion. And then we can see the body of the child in an unzipped kind of onesie in an upside down position with some of her body parts showing up. So essentially, when I was telling you originally positional asphyxia, she's upside down, and we humans cannot breathe like that. There's a confined space asphyxia because of the trash can and her head being all the way down. Mechanical asphyxia because several different layers covering her face, which we'll analyze in a minute. And then traumatic asphyxia just from her body being in like a kind of reverse S position, totally crumpled and compressed in such a way that she could not breathe. There is no expansion of the diaphragm or movement of the intercostal muscles between.
So she's upside down, compressed in a trash can, right? So she's upside down, compressed in a trash can. Oof. All right. I've heard enough there. I understand that the defense gets really, really spicy. So let's move to the defense. Let's see what. Let's see here.
Regards to the positioning of her head as it relates to asphyxia?
So one thing that what was becoming evident as the body was being uncovered is that her face was flattened because it was pressed against the foil and the blanket and the side of the trash can. And then, of course, it was also kind of a little bit contorted because the face is pointing in this direction. And then her neck was kind of slightly contorted, and the head actually is almost at the level of her buttocks. Essentially, her feet, buttocks, and head, they're all kind of compressed almost at the same level now.
Right. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 34.
So the Exhibit 34 now shows the it's kind of similar phase after the foil is removed. The blanket is covering the face, so the face is in this particular orientation. And again, the difference between all the fluids and wet decomposition staining the blanket versus just dry desiccation of the arm and then feet. So two kind of different processes happening at the same time, wet decomposition and dry decomposition or mummification.
Anything that you could tell in regards to, I know that the foil's been taken off in this particular photograph, but in regards to the positioning of the foil and the blanket as well, is there anything you could tell as far as whether that was haphazard or intentional?
Well, the child appeared to be wrapped, so that would show intentionality, because it's not that she was just put in a garbage and then a blanket on top of her. She was definitely wrapped in a blanket, and it took a while to actually remove all the layers and unwrap her. So So the way how she was found shows intentionality. As far as the changes on the blanket, one thing that happens with the wet decomposition and the fluids kind of creating, things do become kind of slippery in a way. So there was definitely some shift in the layers from the wet decomposition. Wasn't a lot of it, but there was some. And then we will see when the blanket is removed, actually, that her face was pressed against the garbage can because the pattern of the blanket actually remains on the face.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 35.
So the Exhibit 35, now the layers of the blanket that are further removed. So the face is still covered. So we have the face, the shoulder, her buttocks, and her feet, as I said, almost at the same kind of compressed, reverse kind of letter S shape. And that's how she was presented after removal of the blanket. The blanket is still stuck to the face in this area, but that's going to be the next phase.
You mentioned this, she's in a reverse S kind of shape. Is that what you're talking about when you say positional asphyxiation?
Yes, so that would be a reverse S shape.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36.
So on Exhibit 36, now just removal of the blanket from the rest of the head. And as I said, it had to be done really carefully because of the layers of the skin and hair detaching at this point with the wet decomposition.
All right. Can you tell anything in regards to the onesie that she's wearing in that particular picture?
I'm sorry?
The onesie, the clothing that she's wearing.
Yeah, the onesie actually was...
I'm just trying to figure out if Evelyn was still alive. Do we know if she was still alive? We can fast forward. I want to get to the cross because I understand cross got a little spicy. Do we know if she was still alive?
How are you?
Good afternoon.
My name's Gene Scott. I represent Ms. Boswell. First thing I want to ask you about is you did not conduct this autopsy.
No, I did not.
You had no physical contact with the body of this child. You didn't go to the scene. You simply reviewed what Dr. Schmidt had done. Is that correct?
I reviewed what she did and all the pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, it's very possible that could be incorporated into your work as well.
That's a very complex question. I cannot answer yes or no. May I explain?
Sure.
So the point of having an autopsy report is to objectively describe the findings. And then the only subjective part of the autopsy report, the conclusion as to what happened, that's essentially Dr. Schmidt, in this case, conclusion as to what the child died of, cause and manner of death. So the objective findings, such as photograph, tissue sampling, should be part of the description of the case that should not be influenced by one's opinion. Now, my opinion is going to be based on those facts, plus the scene investigation. So the question was, if Dr. Schmidt made a mistake? She made objective observations and put them in her report that are corroborated with photography and tissue sampling. So anyone reviewing the case can come up with his or her own conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So if she made some wrong observations that are mismatched with the photographs, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, then I should be able to notice that and comment on that, but I haven't noticed any mismatches. So essentially, her conclusion as to the cause and manner of that is that's her subjective thing. I followed my own kind of line of reasoning and conclusion reviewing based on not just her report, but the scene photographs and autopsy photographs, which are documented for posterity, and anyone can review them and come up with the objective kind of a conclusion as to cause and manner of that. So the short answer would be, if she made mistake with observations, I should be able to identify that in the photographs, and I didn't.
Were there photographs of the internal organs?
The photographs of the internal organs were not available. We frequently don't take those during autopsies, but we do sample organs to look under the microscope, and that was done.
Okay. Yeah, you described this was a diagnosis of exclusion. Can you explain what that means?
So by saying asphyxial deaths are frequently diagnosed exclusion means that we found an individual in a position that prevents breathing, but there is no mark on the body. And I've done thorough investigation. Unlike in this case, there are plenty of marks on the body. But what we say with the diagnostic exclusion, for example, is that if I have a drowning victim and I have absolutely nothing else on the autopsy, no heart attack, no evidence of seizure, no evidence of trauma, no evidence of drugs, well, the only now conclusion is that I excluded everything else, and therefore drowning as a part of the asphyxial death is the cause of that. So that's what I meant by diagnosis of exclusion.
Okay. In this case, as it relates to the medical reasons contained in the autopsy, and I'm not talking about where the child is found at the scene, but at the medical conclusions, were you able to come up with a cause of death?
So there was no other reason for this child to be dead because there was no evidence of infection or or tumor or anything like that was identified at the time of the autopsy. And review of the medical records, which is always mandatory for forensic pathologists to review medical records, birth records, pediatric records, did not indicate that anything was wrong with the child, such as seizures or anything of that sort. So this child had no objective way or reason to be dead. And as I said, the tissues were sampled, and even with decomposition that sets in the organs, if there is some major infection in the body, it would have been identifiable, and it was not there.
Okay. What is sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is actually an abandoned, antiquated term that was used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had negative autopsy findings and negative scene investigation, which means that we don't use that term anymore. That was antiquated because it was never a syndrome. It always, syndrome means that there is a constellation of symptoms, findings, and signs that would kind of create this entity that one can actually have the reason for this person to be sick or dead, for that matter. So there was never a syndrome. It was never a constellation of findings. What it meant actually is that we didn't find anything at the autopsy, therefore it's kind of this SIDS, nebulous diagnosis. Now we actually know with the scene investigation and the advances in our field in forensic pathology that those situations with that is with no findings at the scene or in the autopsy are extremely, extremely rare. We call them sudden unexplained death in infancy, so SUDI. So that's a new term that we use. And I can tell you, with the proper investigation, the proper scene investigation, proper autopsy, and proper ancillary studies such as microbiology, histology, toxicology, the rate of those SUDI unexplained deaths is extremely, extremely low, actually almost non-existent.
So you're telling me that if another pathologist said this child could die of SIDS, they're just wrong?
Yeah, he's wrong, or she is wrong, because SIDS doesn't exist. SIDS never existed. So if that pathologist is using the term SIDS, that pathologist needs to go back to forensic school.
Probably not competent.
Exist. I'm sorry?
Probably not competent.
If he or she is using SIDS, that's not a competent pathologist. At this day and age, that's not a competent pathologist.
Okay. What did you call it? The new syndrome?
But it's actually not really a syndrome. It's a sudden unexplained death in infancy or unexpected death in infancy. It means that we exhausted all the investigative capacity and thoroughly done autopsy with sampling and ancillary studies, and we found absolutely nothing.
So how do you rule out that this child couldn't have died from a laryngeal spasm?
Because laryngeal spasm needs to have a reason for that to happen, and I've never had a case of a laryngeal spasm in a otherwise healthy child. And laryngeal spasm is basically something that somebody would give a diagnosis or the reason for a child to be dead when they're really trying to kind of come up with stuff and create some new category. That's pretty much it.
Gastroesophageal reflux, that can lead to a laryngeal spasm, can it not?
But that would not...
Yes or no, can it lead to that? And then explain.
That's actually not something that is described in the forensic pathology field. Laryngeal spasm would not necessarily kill a child.
But could it kill a child?
No, I've never seen it.
Could it?
I've never seen it.
In Dr. Schmidt's report, she states that the possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in the trash can cannot be excluded.
That's correct. That's what she stated.
Okay. Is that your opinion as well?
I believe she died in the trash can.
Okay. You have no proof to show she was alive when she went in the trash can.
I have all the proofs of her not being able to breathe once put in a trash can.
Doctor, you don't know if she was breathing when she went in the trash can, do you?
She would not be able to breathe no matter what. And as I said, because of the composition, of course, we were a little bit handicapped as far as being able to completely examine all her tissues and organs. But there was no reason for this child to be dead, other than being in the trash can, not being able to breathe.
You can't say conclusively she was alive in the trash can you?
She doesn't have a reason to be dead. And I never had an autopsy on a child older than 1 year old for no reason to be dead, except that she could not breathe in that particular position where she was placed.
Yes or no, can you say conclusively that she was alive when she was placed in that trash can?
She could not breathe in the trash can, so that's my main conclusion.
Are you refusing to answer my question, doctor?
No, I'm just saying that that child could not breathe in the trash can.
And I'm asking, if I may, yes or no, can you say conclusively she was alive when she was placed in the trash can?
No, she might have been dead because her foil was on the face before being placed in a trash can. She could have been dead because she was put in a plastic bag before she was placed in a trash can. Obviously, the foil, the bag, 2 bags, the blanket, tightly covering her face would prevent her from breathing. So all of those things had to happen before she was put in a trash can. So all I'm saying is that all those components, could have they actually brought her to brink of being dead before being put in the trash can? Sure. But the trash can definitely did not help.
Okay. You can't say conclusively she was alive while she was wrapped in that blanket or tinfoil, can you?
She would have definitely died with a tin foil and the bag and the blanket. And there was no reason to put all of those things and tightly apply to her face and her body unless she was alive.
You can't say conclusively that she was alive when she was wrapped, yes or no?
All I can say is that she cannot breathe. With a foil,
Judge, I would ask
with
you
a bag,
ask the
bag,
witness to
and
answer
with
my
the blanket.
question, yes or no.
Doctor, you need to answer his questions. He's asking yes or no questions. You can explain afterwards if you want to, or if you feel the need to. But you do have to answer his questions directly.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't say conclusively that that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with the foil and the bag.
Judge, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question yes or no and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. But he's asked you a question. The answer is either yes or no. And I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no. And then you'll have an opportunity to explain.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge,
that.
this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
All right, so now I see the spiciness. So he's thinking that she's being evasive. He thinks she's being evasive when she's saying there's no reason for this child to be not alive. She's suffocated no matter which way you look at it.
All right. Let me see if I can boil this down to the lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case and this situation. But man, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more clear?
Yes, sir.
Ask your question.
Ma'am, yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered a different way.
Thank you, doctor.
Redirect.
1 second, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
They should be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Your release from this opinion.
Thank you.
All right, so that's the dunk. That's the dunk, Rex. Psychosaurus Rex, that's the dunk. It's a yes or no. Well, she could have been murdered some other way. So there's the dunk. I don't think she could determine ultimately. I don't think she could determine time of being TV'd. But you could say, well, because they discovered her. She went missing in December. They didn't discover her until, was it March, I think? Is that when she was discovered? It was a long time. She was reported missing in February. Yeah, I think it was March 5th they found her. So December to March, 3 months. So yeah, I think at that point in time, it's hard to determine, or maybe not. Maybe they could say, well, no. I guess they can't determine, when exactly she did pass away. So, all right. So that was rough. I was going to play the first witness. He's the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. He found Evelyn, and they show the shed and all that. So I'm going to hold off on that because we have 2 hours to go. I've got Tommy and Angela, who are the parents, and then Ethan. So that's about an hour. So that's going to get us to about 12:30. I may have to fill some time. So we'll see. We may play a little bit of that first witness if we have time to fill, if you will. I may play that first witness. Or if you guys have another witness you want, do you want me to play that first witness? First of all, I'm going to play Tommy and Angela and Ethan. We're going to play those guys first. So let's play them first, and then we'll decide what we're going to do after that. And the verdict. I'm going to play the verdict right before we get to sentencing. So the verdict will be the last thing, and that's only like 4 or 5 minutes. So that's. But before we get to that, let's do first things first. First things first. All right, so this is Tommy. This is her father. He's the property. Little baby Evelyn was found on his property in a shed. So, and the only good thing about the first witness is he has a map and he has pictures, and I think there's a video flyover of Tommy's property. So that probably we could probably play that. So we'll get to that in a minute, but let's go through. So this is Tommy. This is Evelyn's grandfather, Megan's father.
Raise your right hand and be sworn, please. I gotta get in your microphone. Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Tommy Boswell, Sr.
solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you would, scoot like Judge asked, scoot up close to that microphone.
All right. How's that?
There you go. That's better. You're Tommy Boswell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Boswell, where do you live?
543 Muddy Creek Road, Blountville.
All right. Is that here in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are the father of the defendant, Megan Boswell, is that right?
Yes, sir.
She's your daughter? Okay. And Evelyn is your granddaughter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Megan's mother, who was she?
Angel Boswell.
All right.
Or Jones.
Okay. And two of you, are you still married?
No, we've been divorced since
2016?
Yes, sir.
How long were you all married?
17, 18 years, something like that.
Okay. Megan lived with the two of you while she was growing up?
Mainly lived with my mom and dad.
Okay. And where did they live?
Right below me. We lived on the same piece of property.
Okay. There on Muddy Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you have problems with Megan that eventually led to her being placed in foster care?
Well, that's her mother's fault for not sending her to school. And she'd come to stay with me. And then she wanted to go stay with her mom. I said, you got school, and we got to go to court Friday. And I said, you don't go to school tomorrow. I said, we'll send you off. Well, she went to stay with her mom. Mom didn't send her to school, went to court. State took her.
Okay. Now, let's back up a little bit. This was after you and Angel were divorced?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. How old was Megan when all this took place?
The divorce, or which part?
When Megan went into foster care?
I think she's about 17.
Okay. Is she in high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, while Megan was in foster care, were you aware that she had a child?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was that child?
That was Evelyn, my granddaughter.
All right. Do you remember when she was born?
I'm so nervous today, I couldn't tell you the date.
All right. Which is November 2018?
That's right.
Sound about right? Okay. during this time that she was in foster care, were you working with DCS to get her back into your custody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I done everything in my power.
Okay. What sorts of things were they having you do?
I'd meet the foster care parents on different weekends. We went to church events, different things like that, and then they finally let me get her on the weekends, and then she'd come over and stay.
All right. And she have Evelyn during this time with her?
No, Evelyn wasn't born then.
Okay. Did you do that after Evelyn was born?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Evelyn was born while she was in foster
Foster
care, right?
care, yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did Megan or Maggie come back to live with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact dates. Okay. But it was after Evelyn was born.
All right. Okay. So Evelyn's born in November 2018.
Yes, sir.
So it was some point in time after that?
I can't remember exactly the dates, but she was real little whenever they come back.
All right. And that's to your, when you say she came back, was that to your house there at Muddy Creek?
Muddy Creek, yeah.
Okay.
Megan and Evelyn come back to my place.
So they were both living there with you. Who else was in the household at the time?
I had my little daughter and my son, and then my soon-to-be ex-wife was there.
Okay.
And she had her little boy part-time.
All right. When you say soon-to-be ex-wife, that's someone different than Angel, correct?
Yes. This is Ashley.
Ashley. And when you say Ashley, what's
Rosenbaum.
her last name? Ashley Rosenbaum. Okay. Were the two of you married at that time or dating?
No, not that time. We were engaged.
Okay. All right. When Megan came back to live with you, was she working? Did you help her out? How'd she support herself?
I supported her.
Okay.
I supported her when she was with them people.
All right.
Bought her whatever she needed and give her money and stuff.
Okay. Well, tell the jury, because we don't know. What sorts of things did you do to help her out?
I give her money. She had my credit card number. She'd get stuff on it. I mean, if she needed anything, the baby needed anything, I seen to it that they had it.
Okay. We heard some information that came out earlier today about Megan having a car. Did you have anything to do with that?
I bought her a brand new car, paid cash for it, get $20,000 cash for it, and her the title to it.
Did you help out with expenses for taking care of Evelyn?
Yes, sir.
While she was living there?
Yeah, I bought everything while she was there.
Okay. Bought
diaper genies, just whatever baby needed.
Okay. So how long did Megan and Evelyn end up staying there at the house with you?
I don't know exactly. I don't want to lie to you. Just a few months. It wasn't that long.
Okay. Just a few months?
Yeah.
Well, what happened that caused her not to be living with you anymore?
Not cleaning her room, to be honest with you. I mean, I had my two little ones. Ashley had her boy part-time. And then we had Megan and my granddaughter. And Megan didn't want to clean her room. And that's causing problems between me and her.
Okay. So did she leave your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did she go from there?
I think she went to my mom's for a few days. And then she went up to the trailer park.
Okay. Judge, could I see exhibit number 1?
Should be a diagram. I mean, I'm sorry, not 126.
Mr. Boswell, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as exhibit number 6. Do you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that look like an accurate diagram of your property where you live out there on Muddy Creek? You recognize that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And if you're looking at the diagram up there at the top, it says Tommy Boswell trailer.
Yeah.
Is that where you were living? Is that where you live?
That's a house. It's not a trailer.
Okay. And then down below that, what's labeled as residence, is that the trailer where your mom was living?
Yeah, that's where my mom lives.
Okay. So she left your place up at the top there, Tommy Boswell, and then she moved just down, same piece of property, but there to where it shows as a residence.
Until her and Ashley got the trailer cleaned up and ready for her to move into it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, do you know how long she lived there at your mom's residence?
No, I don't, sir. I mean,
was it a long time?
Stayed,
weeks, months?
No, maybe a week or two. It wasn't long.
Okay. So where did she go from there?
To the trailer.
Okay. When you say
trailer park.
Okay. Did you or your son, family members, own a trailer park?
Yeah.
You're referring to it as a trailer park, but we don't. We don't know what that is.
Yeah, we owned a trailer park, and we give her a trailer.
Okay. Where was this trailer park located?
I can't even think the name of that road.
Is it here in Sullivan County?
Yeah, it's here in Sullivan County. It's Sugar. I can't even think the name of that road, sir.
Did you say Sugar?
I think it's Sugar something. Is it Sugar Holler?
Sugar Holler. Okay.
Is that the name of it?
Okay. Well, I can't answer that. I'm asking questions. So
okay.
You got to answer.
Yeah.
All right. So was that something you owned or your son owned? Or
My son owned it.
Okay, your son owned it. So how was it? Explain to me exactly what happened as far as Megan's living arrangements were concerned there at the trailer park.
What do you mean? She didn't have to pay no rent, no light bill. I mean, she didn't pay no bills, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so you had a trailer out there and you let her go live there?
Yeah, and I paid all the bills.
Okay. Did she live there by herself or who lived there with her?
As far as I know, her and Evelyn.
Okay. Do you remember when this was that she moved into that trailer?
Goodness, no, I don't, sir.
Okay. But you say
all this stuff I've tried to put back in my brain and to want to forget it, and I'm trying my best to remember it.
Well, I appreciate that. Okay. So she and Evelyn are living in this trailer by themselves out on Sugar Hollow. Is that right?
Yes, speak up.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you shake your head, yes.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. If you need a minute, let us know. Okay.
Well, I'm good.
Okay. Did you ever go out and see Megan and Evelyn when they lived there at the trailer?
A few times.
Okay. Did you see the condition of the trailer, what it looked like?
Most of the time I'd stay outside. She'd come outside to be pretty because I'd look around, pick up garbage and stuff.
Okay. So
but a couple times I went in, but not that much.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her?
Yeah.
When you were out there? Okay. So did there come a point in time at which you realized Megan was no longer living there in the trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Nah, I don't remember the dates.
Okay. Did you do something as a result of the fact that Megan was no longer?
Oh yeah, I told her. I said, if you're not going to live there, I said you need to let it snow. I said we need to rent that.
Okay. And did you do something?
Yeah, I told her. I said if you're going to live with Hunter, I said you need to move your stuff out.
Okay. And did she do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have to clean it out or do anything to it before you could re-rent the trailer?
Dave's a guy worked with us. He took care of the park, as you say. He got free rent, and he cleaned it up and done stuff like that and mowed.
Okay. Well, do you remember what the condition of the trailer was when Megan moved out?
It was pretty dirty.
Okay. Did he have to do anything, or did you have to pay to have anything done to the trailer to be able to re-rent it?
Oh, yeah.
And what was that?
Just cleaned all the furniture and stuff out and cleaned it up, and they had to replace some of the floor, which was bad.
Okay. Did Megan leave anything behind in the trailer, or you know? Did she take her? Well, let me ask you this way: did she take all her stuff with her?
I didn't go through the trailer.
Okay. This
So-
guy that you hired?
Hired, he did, and I told him, I said, whatever's left, she said she didn't want, and I said, there's a truck there, load it in the truck, take it to landfill. That's what we done. Whoever moved out, we clean them out, that's what we do.
Okay. So you loaded up a bunch of stuff in a truck and hauled it off, or had this guy do that?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know where Megan was staying? You said she was no longer living
She's
in your
supposed to
trailer.
have been living with Hunter.
Okay. Was that Hunter Wood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that, as far as you know, was that her boyfriend at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you met Hunter?
Not at that time, I don't think.
Okay. Do you remember when the first time that you met Hunter was?
Goodness. It was either when she come up Earth Angel to get my two little ones, or when we went to Gatlinburg for Christmas, or Pigeon Fords.
Okay. So you went with, well, let me ask you this. Who did you go to? Pigeon Forge with?
Hunter and my son and his family, and me and my family, and Megan and Hunter went.
Okay. And when was that again?
That was the day after Christmas or the day before Christmas. I can't remember exactly.
All right. So it's around Christmas.
Mhm.
You met Hunter.
Yep.
Who was he there with Megan?
Yeah.
All right.
I could have met him before that and don't remember it now. I don't want to lie to you, but that's the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Did your trip there at Pigeon Forge, did Megan have Evelyn with her at the time?
No, sir.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Yes, I asked her.
Okay. You asked her what?
Where Evelyn's at.
Okay. Did she tell you?
Said that Ethan had her.
Okay. Do you know who Ethan was?
Yeah, I met Ethan. He's a nice young man. I thought a lot of Ethan.
Okay. And who did you think Ethan was at that time? Or who did she say Ethan was?
Well, they used to date.
Okay.
But she said Ethan was the father.
Okay.
And he wanted to see Evelyn. He'd been in the Army. Okay. So I said, I'm going to stand back. If he's going to man up and want to see his child, I'm going to let him see her for a while. Then after a while, I said, enough's enough. It's my turn.
Okay. So at that time, when you went on this trip, she told you Evelyn's with Ethan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought that was a good thing?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. After this trip to Pigeon Forge, did you see Megan after Christmas?
Here or there, very rarely.
I'm sorry. Could you
Just here or there, not that much.
Here or there, okay. Did you see Evelyn?
No, last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Okay. Did you ever, in those times that you saw Megan after Christmas, did you ever ask her, hey?
Yes, I asked her numerous times.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She kept coming up with different stories and different lies.
Okay. Well, what was she telling you?
First, it was Ethan had her. No, first, let me back up, I'm sorry. Hunter's mom was watching her. And then she come off with Ethan had her. And after it went on for a while, I said, I'm going to do something about this. Well, she told me that Ethan wouldn't give her back. I said, hey, let's go get an attorney. I said, he can see his daughter, but I said, he's not taking her.
Okay. What did she say when you told her that?
I can't remember the exact words. She said, Dad, give me a day or two or something. She said, I'll get her something. And just lie after lie.
Okay. Any point in time did you ever see Evelyn?
No. Last time I seen her was on Thanksgiving, sir.
Okay. So, at some point, did you make an ultimatum to Megan about seeing your granddaughter?
Yeah. I told her and I told her mom.
Okay. What did you tell her?
It was on a weekend. Oh, excuse me. I said, come Monday morning, which I told this to her mom. I said, come high hell water. I said, I'm going to get on the phone. I said, I'm going to find my granddaughter. I said, I don't care what I got to do. I said, I want to know what's going on. I said, enough's enough. And that's when I got on the phone and made the phone call.
All right.
That Monday morning.
All right. And did you talk with, who did you talk with?
I don't know. I can't remember all of their names.
Okay. Was it somebody at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Department of Children's Services?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I just told them I told you I hadn't seen my granddaughter and I was worried about her.
Okay. Did you tell them how long it had been since you'd seen
Yeah.
your granddaughter? Okay.
And then I think they got me in touch with that Miss Constance, said her name.
Okay. Well, I can't answer questions from you, Mr.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but I can't remember
that's
everybody's
fine.
name.
If you don't, that's fine as
but,
well.
I think that's her name, Miss Constance. If I'm saying it right.
And Constance, does she work at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked to her about, again,
Yeah.
the fact that you had not seen Evelyn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happened after you made this report to the Department of Children's Services?
It wasn't long. Detectives was up there, best I can remember.
All right. So after you report it, then you start meeting law enforcement officers
Yes, sir.
come to talk to you?
Yep.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them?
I 100%.
All right.
100%. Whatever they needed done or searched or done, I'd give them permission to do anything.
All right. Did they come out there to your place, your property out there on
Yes,
Muddy
sir.
Creek?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, this was sometime in February of 2020? Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Did you keep up? Obviously, at that point in time, you realized something is going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, as time went on, continue to talk to and cooperate with law enforcement? Talk to them about what was going on?
Mm-hmm.
Keep in touch with them?
Oh, yeah. We stayed in touch.
All right. Now, do you remember on March the 6th of 2020 calling the TBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the reason that you called them on that day?
Me and Ashley was talking. Her and Megan used to switch phones all the time.
Okay, hold on. If you could, I think Mr. Scott had trouble hearing what you said.
Trouble hearing the first sentence.
If you could start over and repeat what you just said.
About Ashley and her switching phones.
Well,
which part?
I think the beginning part of it.
When I called TBI?
Yes.
Okay, well, before that, me and Ashley was talking. Okay. They used to switch their phones all the time.
Okay, when you say they, are you talking about
Megan and Ashley? They'd switch their iPhones and trade backwards and forwards.
Okay.
And I told Ashley, I said, call that TBI guy back and tell him he can have that phone. There might be something on that phone. Because I prayed and done everything I could to help them. And they come back and got the phone.
Okay.
When they got the phone, they got to the gate and I asked Ashley, I said, what about that stuff Megan put down there in Dad's building? She said, I don't know. I said, well, call them back and tell them to go down there and look in it.
Okay. All right. And did you all call them back?
Yeah, Ashley did.
Okay. And as a result of calling them back, did law enforcement then return to your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do once they arrived there at your property?
I told them about the building because I come in one day and I remember seeing her car backed up to the building and the door raised.
Okay. I'm sorry, could I see Exhibit 6 again? Sorry, Judge. All right. Mr. Boswell, you see Exhibit 6, what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 6 again?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's a laser pointer right there when you're standing up on your witness stand right there.
This?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you push the button, you described a vehicle being backed up next to the shed. Can you on there point where?
This one right here.
Okay. You've indicated on there what's
right there. It's got a roll-up door.
All right. That's the one directly below what's listed as residence.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so, after you showed that to the law enforcement?
We went down there. I rolled the door up. There's a pile full of stuff, and As I was walking away, I saw there's her playhouse back her dad had built for her.
Okay.
Basically, we looking at it, I said, do what you need to do.
Okay. Let's back up just a second. When you rolled the door up to the shed, all right, you saw stuff in there.
Just clothes and miscellaneous stuff like
All
that.
right. Had you at any time in the months leading up to that been in that shed at all, or had anybody been in that shed to your knowledge?
That one there where her clothes are at, yeah, sometimes we're in and out that one because we got some stuff we keep in there.
Okay. All right. So after you look in that building, where do you take law enforcement, or where do you?
I showed them where to. Let me show you on the thing.
Yes, if you don't care.
Let's see. I can't really see it from here. It's right there.
Okay. Is that what's been marked as a playhouse?
Playhouse.
All right.
Yeah. As I was walking away, I said, "That's the playhouse my dad had built for Megan."
All right. And when was that built for Megan?
See, we moved there in 03, probably around 04, 05.
Okay.
He built a barn, and when he got done building the barn, he had some leftover lumber, and they made he built a playhouse out of it.
All right. And that was built just for Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else ever use it or play in it?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. And again, in the months leading up to Sheriff's Office showing up there, had anybody been in that playhouse?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. All right. Your property, Mr. Boswell, in order to get onto the property, is there any gates or anything?
Yeah, I got a fence and a gate.
Okay. And what do you have to do in order to get past that
It's
gate?
like a key fob, remote control. You just push it and the gate opens.
Okay. And if you don't have the key fob, you can't open the gate.
No, but you can walk around it.
Okay. You can't drive. You can't drive.
No. There's no way you get on my property.
Okay.
No.
Did
gate ain't open.
Did Megan have a key fob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she could get onto the property if she wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever give a key fob to Hunter?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see Hunter up on your property without Megan?
No.
Mr. Boswell, do you remember giving permission? I know you said you cooperated with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
You remember giving permission to the sheriff's office to film the entrance to your property with a drone to show the location of that gate and where the shed and playhouse were?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing that drone footage prior to coming into court here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that footage accurately show the location of where your gate was, the trailer on the property, as well as the shed playhouse?
Yes, sir. Nothing's changed.
Okay. Judge, there's a video drone footage that Mr. Boswell's identified. I'm going to move to make that an exhibit, and we'd ask to publish that to the jury.
Any objection? So, the full exhibit number 48. It just went away. Yeah. You did something. I mean, I don't think you did it. Just before you stood up, it went away. Hold on.
We'll be back.
Yeah, I can see it.
I tell you what to do.
Judge, I think I'm just going to.
I tell you, I'm going to turn the Zoom on. Let's see if that helps. Hold on just a second.
That's right. Mr. Boswell, in the video that was shown, the trailer was labeled Omami's residence.
Yeah, that's right.
Just so we're clear and the jury doesn't get confused. Omami.
Yeah.
What? Who is that, or what?
That's my mom.
Okay. Is that a nickname that?
Yeah,
Megan
it's a
had?
nickname.
Okay.
We all just start calling her.
Okay. And so that's where she lived.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Boswell, at any point in time, did you ever see, or did Megan ever come up to your property with Hunter and have Evelyn with her?
No. Not that I can remember of, no.
Okay.
Because the last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Mr. Boswell, one other thing that was shown in the drone footage there, there was a camper that was sitting in front of the trailer. That camper was not sitting there back in 2020. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. But everything else as far as
everything else is actually the same.
positions of the buildings?
Yeah, other than the camper.
Okay, that was accurate. Thank you, Mr. Boswell. If you would answer your questions, Mr. Scott has for you.
Can I get some water, please? Something to drink.
Tell you what, before you start, let's take our morning break. We'll take about 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
One stand, please.
All right, Melissa G, that's a really good point. That was really close. The house was pretty close to the playhouse. Only throwing this out there. This was December she goes missing, right? So December, January, February, she's found early March. Tennessee, it does get cold, right? Maybe the temperature kept the decomposition down a little bit, maybe. But I agree. That's I would think you would smell. I think you would smell something, especially if you're just kind of walking around. There's like, what was there, an outhouse or something? Let me rewind that a second. What was it? What was it? It was a gate to the property, outbuilding. Okay, it was an outbuilding. You know what we can do here? Let's just go back to that. Let's just go back to it. If I can find it. Hold on. Let's go back to it. All right, so I love this drone. I love this. I think this is great. I've always wanted to fly and be like a bird or a pilot. This is so cool. I would just love to do this. All right, so he said that camper was not there. He said everything else is the same except that camper is not there. So there's an outbuilding. There's the house. Camper was not there at the time. So again, you're looking at, how far is that? Maybe 30 feet, right? That's maybe 30 feet. So, unless you go near that playhouse, right? I don't know. I don't know if you would smell that from the house per se, especially winter time. You know, I could see in the summer with rain and humidity and stuff, but maybe winter. Maybe, I'm just saying, maybe winter kept it at bay a little bit. That's the only thing I'm suggesting. All right, hold on a sec, guys.
Ready to go, Judge? Ready. Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Angela Boswell.
You are Megan Boswell's mother?
I am.
Okay. Ms. Boswell, you know the purpose of being here today?
I do.
I want to ask you some about Megan's home life and growing up, but I guess I want to ask you first a little bit about yourself.
Okay.
And I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Boswell. I'm not trying to embarrass you or cast any aspersions.
No.
You married Tommy Boswell when you were how old?
First time 15.
You speak into that microphone just a little more, please.
The first time 15.
Okay. And when did you become pregnant with your first child with him?
I had my first in April and turned 16 in July. So.
Okay, and who was that child?
Tommy Jr.
Okay. And then you had Megan at some point. How old were you when you had Megan?
There's 8 years difference. I was almost 24.
It's okay. So, let's talk about Megan's life growing up. Would it be fair to say that during her lifetime she's witnessed drug use between you and her father?
Yes.
What type of drugs?
Opiates, mainly.
Scoot up and speak into that so the jury can hear you.
Opiates, mainly.
Okay. Did that drug use lead to other problems?
Yeah. Arguments, fighting, yes.
Okay. You say there
strife.
Strife.
Is what it brings, yes. Non-stop.
Is that something that went on pretty much her entire childhood growing up?
Yeah, from the time she was pretty little, yeah.
Okay. Good. Now, did she witness fights between you and her father?
Yes.
Okay. I think at some point her father was convicted of aggravated assault and kidnapping.
Yes.
Were you the victim in that?
Yes.
Do you remember ever taking Megan to any NAAA meetings with you?
Yes, I did.
How old was she when you did that?
Let me think. She was probably about 7 or 8. First ones I started taking her to. 7 or 8, 8 or 9, somewhere around in there. Yeah.
Now she, due to the strife in your home, was she raised by her grandparents to some degree?
Yes.
Okay. What were their names?
Mary and Danny Boswell.
Okay. Mary Boswell, would that be who's known as a mommy?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
These problems, do you feel that it's partly your fault, the problems Megan's experienced?
No, absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Now, unfortunately, your problems, that they went on up into, we saw a video in here of you being brought down from the jail to talk with her in 2020.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So even up until the time she went to jail, you were in and out of jail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I've been.
Have you been convicted of numerous crimes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you managed to straighten up at this point?
I have, yes.
You're hoping to?
Yes. I pray every day and just, to do my best and try. I've learned the importance of a mother's role, but not for Megan, I didn't.
All right.
I failed her on that miserably.
And you're here asking this jury to give her a sentence of life as opposed to life without?
It's Maggie is, at her core, she is a generous, kind-hearted person. And through all Maggie's went through, Maggie still has potential. She was trying so hard. She didn't repeat my mistakes. Maggie learned from my mistakes. And she was trying to do better with Eve. She wasn't repeating. I think she got saddled with, just because of my mistakes that she did those, and that was not it. That was not the case with Evelyn.
Would it be fair to say she didn't have a good role model for the mother should be?
No, she did not.
Okay. Answer any of Ms. Massengill or Mr. Harper's questions.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Thank you,
All right, so that was Mom. And they show Megan reacting to her mother. Look at the way that they have her dressed.
This time I have some judgments of conviction on Tommy Boswell I'd like to put in.
Oh, here, let's listen to this. All right. Next up, we're going to let's get to Ethan. Ethan is supposedly the father, but was that ever determined for sure that he was actually the dad? I thought he ultimately was not the father.
Absolutely.
Right, hold on a sec. Let's see what he has to say. All right, so this is Ethan. This was what Megan was saying, that he was the father. I know, dress her like an innocent child, right, with the little bow, right? Baby doll dress and the bow was a bit much. No, they tried. So ultimately he was not, right? He was not the father. Did they ever find out who the actual father was? It was never determined who the father was. Okay, thank you, Melissa. I thought so. Yeah, Ethan isn't. Okay. She kept trying to say it, and then he's like, yeah, it wasn't. Ethan's not the father. He was not proven. Okay. Yep. All right. Let's, Ethan's not the father. Okay. Ethan was not the father. Okay. He was not, no. We never know who the baby daddy is. Okay. All right, let's get to it. He seems like a cool dude, though.
Swear from testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat with
you. Good afternoon, Mr. Perry.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up close to that mic there so we can hear you good.
Better?
That's great. That's great. You are Ethan Perry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Perry, how old are you?
I'm 25.
All right. And where do you live?
Kingsport.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how do you know Miss Boswell?
We dated in high school.
All right. Do you see Miss Boswell seated in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you would point her out and describe what she's wearing.
A white top and glasses, black hair.
All right. Judge, let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Record so reflect.
All right. So you indicated you all dated while you were in high school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when would that have been?
I was about 15, and she was about 13, so I'd say about 2014, 2015.
And where were you all in high school?
Sullivan Central High School.
All right. That here in Blountville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you all have a dating relationship?
I'd say at least until I got out of high school, whenever I joined the Army.
Okay. Now, when you were in high school, where did you live?
In Blountville.
Okay. And who did you live with?
With my grandfather and my step-grandmother.
And who were they?
Carl and Sherry Perry.
All right. Did you also, as you were growing up, for a period of time, live with Paul Miller?
Yes, sir.
And who is Mr. Miller to you?
He is my step-grandfather.
All right. And when did you live with him?
Since birth until about 2010.
Okay. And how old were you at that time?
About 10 or 11.
Okay. All right. And so at that point in time, did you go to live with Carl and Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you had a dating relationship with Miss Boswell until you graduated from high school. When was it that you graduated?
2017.
Okay. And would that have been, what month did you graduate?
May, and I believe it was May 21st.
Okay. So end of May?
Yeah.
All right. What did you do after you graduated from high school?
Joined the Army.
Okay. And how soon after you graduated from high school did you join the Army?
10 days, on May 31st.
Okay. Did you go straight into basic training at that time, or?
Not straight in. There were some hiccups along the way. I had some medical issues, but it was relatively quick. Yes.
All right. Where were you stationed?
I went to basic at Fort Benning, Georgia, and then I was sent to my unit in Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Okay. Did you continue to keep in contact with Megan Boswell while you were at basic training?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say you were still in a dating relationship at that time?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay. How were you keeping in contact with her?
In basic training, mostly through letters. But by the time it was over, text.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't have a phone while you were...
It was like once a month we got our phone, but it was only for like 30 minutes. I can't really remember any conversations that we had specifically.
Okay. But you were still continuing to communicate with her the old-fashioned way by writing letters?
Correct.
Okay. So as your time in the Army continued, did you continue to have a relationship with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back home to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably the first time would have been in probably the winter of 2017.
Okay.
For Christmas.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
All right. So you had leave. You came home at Christmas time. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Where did you stay when you came back?
With Carl and Sherry Perry.
All right. Did you have contact with Miss Boswell while you were here?
Can't remember for sure, but I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay. Y'all were still in a relationship. Is that fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. Well, if it's not, tell me.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a healthy relationship, but a relationship, yeah.
All right. You saw her while you were here in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some time in 2018, did you learn that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would have probably around March or April.
Okay. Did the two of you have any discussion about who the father of the child was?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that discussion?
Well, it was more of whenever she announced that she was pregnant, it seemed pretty delayed, It seems like she would have known sooner. Well, the time that I was in. But, yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way. Was there discussion made about the fact that you were the father of the child?
There was, yeah.
Okay. And did you assume that you were the father of the child?
Initially, yeah, I just rolled with it, but the blinders were taken off pretty quickly after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had some doubts?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in November 2018, she had her child, Evelyn, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where were you stationed at the time that Evelyn was born?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Okay. Were you still in contact with Megan during this whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you leave your assignment there at Fort Polk?
When? What year? What time?
After, this would have been November 2018.
Not in November, no.
Okay. Sometime later on?
For Christmas in like December, yes.
Okay. Where were you assigned at that point?
Fort Polk still.
Okay. So you came back home?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Megan and Evelyn at that time, or?
I did not.
Okay. Was there a reason why you didn't see her then?
Mostly just over the legitimacy and, still trying to figure that out. It was just really embarrassing, I guess, to argue over it.
Not having a good relationship at that time?
That too, yeah.
Okay. So did you leave after Christmas, you go back to the Army?
Correct.
Okay. Still in Louisiana?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time during 2019, were you reassigned, or was your unit sent somewhere else?
We were sent to El Paso, Texas to assist Border Patrol doing surveillance on the border. Okay. We would work from El Paso to the Santa Monica station in New Mexico.
All right. Do you remember when in 2019 that would have been?
I'd guess March through September.
Okay.
That's my guess.
All right. Now, at some time later on in 2019, did Miss Boswell show up to visit you while you were stationed in El Paso, Texas?
She did.
Okay. Was this a planned visit? Did you know she was coming?
No, it was hasty. It's a hasty visit.
Okay. Well, if you would kind of tell us how that happened, or how it was that she ended up showing up down there.
Well, the conversation started with her wanting me to take leave to go up to come back up here to Blountville, and I told her no. We have a mission here in El Paso. I can't just get up and leave. And so she decided to, on her own, to drive from here all the way to El Paso, and it took her I'd say about 2 days to get there, and all of a sudden. One morning while because we were staying in hotels, we weren't on a base or anything. I just get a picture from her. She was parked outside of the hotel and just took a picture of the hotel. So, yeah.
You knew at that point she was in Texas?
Yeah, it was pretty obvious at that point.
Okay. So, what did you do?
Well, part of me just wanted to turn them away, but the other half was like, well, came all the way out here, may as well just stay. So I advised them to stay on the eastern end of El Paso because the western end is a little dangerous, and so and then from there we spent about 3 or 4 days together.
Okay. So did you take some time off of your work assignment there and go spend time with Megan and Evelyn?
Not officially, but yeah.
Okay. What did you all do?
I think the first day we just hanged out in the hotel room, just meeting Evelyn, playing patty cake, stuff like that, watching her walk around. And it was mostly that. We went to the El Paso Zoo. That was I think the second to last day. And then on the last day we mostly just hanged out in the hotel. The last thing we did was we went to an IHOP, and that was the last time I physically saw Evelyn.
Okay. And this is the first time that you've met Evelyn,
yes,
is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. She's not quite a year old at this point in time?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was she walking or toddling or anything?
She was, toddling, just, stumbling over herself. And yeah.
All right. So at the end of the 3 days, you go back to doing your Army thing. Is that right? Okay. Where did Megan go?
I believe she came back here to Blountville.
All right. Did you, after she left, did you continue to communicate with her?
Yeah.
All right. How were you all communicating during this time?
Primarily through Facebook Messenger.
All right. What sorts of things were you all talking about, or would you talk about?
Mostly just arguing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Would she tell you things about Evelyn?
Yeah.
Did she ever ask you for money or assistance to help out in taking care of Evelyn?
She did on at least one occasion.
Okay. Did you ever send any money or assistance or anything?
I sent a little bit. It wasn't much. I would say no more than $100.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, you're still assuming that you're the father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
At this point, I mean, I'm still just rolling with it. No, I don't. At that point, no, I didn't assume.
Okay.
I had my doubts, definitely, at that point.
All right. But you're still, I guess, interested or invested in what's going on with Evelyn.
Yes.
Is that your statement? Okay. Now, at some point in time at the end of 2019, did you come back to Tennessee?
Yes.
And when was that?
For Christmas.
Okay. Do you remember what date specifically you might have come back?
Usually leave was about 2 weeks, and I think I was here until about New Year's or on New Year's. So I'd say, I don't know, 15th to the 30th.
Okay. And where did you stay when you came back to Tennessee?
At Carl and Sherry Perry's.
All right. Did you see Evelyn while you were here?
No.
Did you ask to see Evelyn while you were here?
Yes.
And what were you told?
I was told that she had the flu because we were planning to go over to Paul Miller's for Christmas, and it made sense because that's whenever COVID started making its rounds around the country, and so it seems like a good excuse. Made sense.
Okay. And did you in fact go over to Paul Miller's?
Yes.
And did you go by yourself, or did you go with Megan, or how did that happen?
I went with Megan. We met up at the Northeast State Community College parking lot.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Mr. Perry, I'm going to show you 2 documents. Ask you if you can if you recognize those.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what are they?
You want me to read it?
No. I just want you to tell me what they are, just generally.
It was trying to coordinate to get to Paul's.
Okay. Are those the text messages that you had with Miss Boswell on December the 23rd, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that Exhibit 97.
Objection. No objection. Be full Exhibit 97.
I'm asked to publish those to the jury. All right, Mr. Perry, so you are having a conversation with Ms. Boswell. You say your phone's messed up on that Verizon. You tell her, yes, I'm still going to Paul's. What's her response to that?
Evelyn is sick, so I'm not bringing her around everyone. If you want to see her tomorrow, just you can. But she has the flu, and I don't think, being around a ton of people is such a good idea. I took her to the doctor. They gave her some medicine.
And then you say, okay, sounds good. My grandpa and would like to see her soon, though. Sherry's about to go into hospice soon. She stopped taking her chemo just whenever Evelyn feels better. You ask, is she okay? What's her response?
Okay. Yeah, she's fine.
All right. And you say, everyone has the damn flu around here. And then...
She's just sick, and I don't want her around everyone. You want to meet me, and we can ride together?
Okay. And did you all, in fact, meet up and go over to Paul Miller's?
Yes.
All right. And did Megan have Evelyn with her?
No.
Did you all talk about, while you were at Paul Miller's, Evelyn at all?
About Evelyn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, and what did you all do while you were at Paul Miller's?
Just mostly just sat around. I believe we ate dinner, opened some presents, and it was relatively quick. I'd say we were there for no longer than 2 or 3 hours.
Okay. All right. After you left the Millers, where'd you go?
I went to take Megan back to her car at the Northeast State Community College parking lot.
Okay. Did you all have further conversations while you were here on leave?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And again, were you trying to see Evelyn while you were here?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, in fact, able to see Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you see Megan again while you were home?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
Can't remember the exact date, but it was after Paul Miller's. Sherry and my grandfather Carl bought her some gifts, Evelyn some gifts, some baby food, and little stuff like that. So I asked Megan to come over to my place and just pick them up.
Okay. And you indicated you were staying there with Carl and Sherry Perry. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did Megan come to their house?
She did.
All right. And did you talk to her? Did you give her those items you just described, or?
Yeah. The conversation was relatively short. I just gave her the gifts, and she told me that she was going to go to, I believe it was Pigeon Forge with Hunter Wood.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her when she came to pick up those items?
No.
Okay. Did she say where Evelyn was?
Chances are she said, I don't know for sure.
Well, if you don't know or remember, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. How long was she there picking up those items?
Like 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. So, did you have further communication or conversation with Megan Boswell while you were home?
After that, it seemed like the conversation pretty much ended altogether.
Okay. Were you all still communicating by text and Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Perry, I'm going to hand you another document, ask you if you recognize that.
I recognize it, yeah.
And what is it?
It's Megan stating to me that her father just kicked her out of the house again, and that she won't have Evelyn back until she gets a place to stay.
Okay.
And then she said, "Never mind, I'm sorry."
All right.
The next day.
Those text messages you received from her?
Yes.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of text messages you received from her on December 26th and 27th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that Exhibit 98.
12/26.
I'm sorry. 2019.
No objection. Before Exhibit 98.
And I move to publish that. Okay. Mr. Perry, she sent those messages to you. You did not respond to them. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that somewhat normal for you sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said you were on leave from the Army over Christmas there in 2019. First part of January, did you return to your duties with the U.S. Army?
Correct.
And where were you all stationed at that time?
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
All right. Did you continue to communicate and receive communications from Ms. Boswell after you returned to Fort Polk?
It was pretty rare, but yes.
Okay. And specifically, do you remember getting a message from Miss Rachel Owens?
Yes.
And without telling us what she said, did you, as a result of what you were told, communicate with Miss Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we're not get into the exact conversation, but the nature of what Miss Owens had asked you was the fact that there were concerns about Evelyn. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so then would it be fair to say you asked Miss Boswell what was going on with Evelyn?
Correct.
Did you have communications with her about that?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document and ask if you can identify that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
And what is it, sir?
That's her stating that just to
Well,
ignore.
hold on. Don't read it
Sorry,
yet. No,
sorry.
you're fine. Just is that, and I'll lead you a little bit. Is that the text conversation that you sent to Miss Boswell after you had the communications with Miss Owens?
Yes, this is her response.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the messages that you sent her?
Correct.
All right, Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit 99.
Go to full exhibit 99.
And I believe the date on that's January 19th, 2020. I'd move to publish that this time, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, so you've messaged Ms. Boswell about the fact that you have concerns, Ms. Owens has expressed concerns about Evelyn, and her response is, just ignore her. I've not talked to anyone in my family in weeks. Literally, I've cut all ties with them. That's why she's not seen her. She and Dad cussed me out. Dad took me car from me in the middle of work and left me in a bind and shit. Fuck them. They aren't my fucking family. They never were to begin with.
That's all she said.
Okay. All right. Did she ever tell you anything else about Evelyn or where Evelyn was?
I can't remember.
Okay. All right. So that was January 19th of 2020. In February of 2020, did you receive some phone calls? Well, let me ask you this. Were you still in the Army, still at Fort Polk at that time?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive some phone calls from family members?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did you receive some phone calls by the Department of Children's Services here in Tennessee?
Yes.
That surprised you?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
All right. And without saying what they said, why were they contacting you?
For the whereabouts of Evelyn.
All right. Did that surprise you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, well, I didn't have Evelyn, and that's what they were asking. If I had her, or if I seen her, or the last place that, where do I think where she would be, stuff like that.
All right. Were you then contacted by investigators with the U.S. Army?
Yes, I was contacted by the Central Investigation Division,
okay.
CID.
And kind of tell us what happened with all that.
Well, initially, I got my officer of my
Mr. Perry, Mr. Perry, if you would go ahead, you're in the middle of telling us what happened as far as your investigation there by the Army.
So initially, I got contacted by my NCO in my company, and he told me that.
Well, don't tell him what he said.
Okay.
Just tell us what happened to you as a result of.
Okay. I was contacted by CID. They wanted to set an appointment for after lunch, and so I went back to my barracks room, to get ready. I still had no clue what was going on until I got the call by DCS, and which they were asking about the whereabouts of Evelyn, and so. Which I gave the response. I don't know, all that.
Were you interviewed by interrogators there?
Yes.
For hours?
Yes.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them fully?
Yes.
Did you allow them to search your cell phone?
Yeah, search my cell phone, take DNA, search my barracks, and search my car.
Okay. So investigators searched the barracks looking for Evelyn?
Correct.
In Fort Polk, Louisiana?
Correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn there with you at your Army base there in Louisiana?
No.
Has she ever been there?
No.
With you?
No.
Okay. Did you cooperate fully with law enforcement in providing consent to search, provide DNA, anything else that was needed?
Absolutely. Everything that I could.
Okay. The only time you ever saw, when was the only time you ever saw Evelyn?
Was in El Paso.
Okay. That one time when Megan showed up?
Yeah, just out of the blue.
All right. Did you cooperate with law enforcement in determining the paternity of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
All right. Were you the biological father?
No.
Okay. All right. So the one and only time you see Evelyn is in 2019 before you came home for Christmas. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Mr. Perry, my name is Gene Scott. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. I have just a few questions for you. How many times did you actually see Evelyn?
Well, I saw her in El Paso through a span of 3 or 4 days.
Okay. Was that it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Megan just showed up at your hotel while you were staying there with the Army?
Correct.
Sent you a picture?
Yes.
You had told her where you were staying?
Correct.
Okay, so that's how she would know to find you there.
Right.
And what did you all do over those 3 days you spent there?
Majority of the time was spent in the motel or hotel, whichever it was. And then we went out to eat. I think we just went out to pick up food. We went to the zoo, and we went to IHOP.
Did Evelyn appear healthy to you?
Yeah.
No signs of abuse or neglect?
I wouldn't say abuse. I mean, I saw like a small bruise on her arm or her leg, but she was starting to learning to walk, so I just assumed that's what that was.
Most likely a child would fall down before you walk.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Megan engaged with her? I mean, did she talk to her, appear to love her to you?
Repeat that.
Did she appear to love the child, Evelyn? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Was she normal? She clean when she brought her there?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. No issues with that?
No.
No neglect issues that you saw?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Regret?
No, Your Honor.
See where you go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Perry, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, so you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so confirmed Ethan was not biological dad. So we can go back over here. So Ethan Perry, there in the middle, next to Megan. She made such a big stink about him being the biological father, so that's why I forgot that it was confirmed that he was not. So then there's Hunter Wood, whose father owned the chicken restaurant. Was it just the one restaurant, or did his dad have a couple? But that's where those two met. Remember, Megan went to she wanted a job, so she went to the Hunter's Chicken or Chicken Hunter, whatever it was, probably Hunter's Chicken, and that's how she met or what was it? What was the name of the chicken place? What was the name of the chicken place? I forget. Was it Wood Hunter Chicken? Whatever. Anyway, so that's how they met. All right, so let us go back to. Let's go back. Okay, so we have about 40 minutes or so before sentencing. So we're going to play the best friend. So this is 16 minutes, and then I want to play the verdict, leading right into. Then we can get into the sentencing. Hopefully that'll put us right on time for the sentencing. All right, so this is. There were a couple friends' testimony. This wasn't the only one. But this was the one I found that the other one was like over an hour, and obviously we're not going to play that because we're not going to have time. So this one was 16 minutes. Hunter's Chicken Shack. Okay, Chicken Shack, Hunter's Chicken Shack. The chicken place had the word shack in it. Did he have just the one, or did he have a couple? Did he have just one, or did he have a couple? So, all right. So 16 minutes, and then I want to show. I got. On Google Maps, I want to show that. Well, we'll show the verdict, and then we'll go do the Google Maps. All right. So, best friend, or one of her best friends, testimony. I forget her name right now, but she'll say it.
Morning.
Good morning.
I just realized I called you Caitlin Jones. You are now Caitlin Carter. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I apologize. Okay. So you told the jury your name. Where do you live?
Kingsport.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know her?
We were friends in college.
Okay. And if you can, I'm going to ask you to maybe pull that microphone just a little bit closer. There you go. Thank you. You were friends in college. When you were in college, or when she was in college?
When I was in college.
Okay. And when did you first meet her?
Middle school.
Okay. Did you continue to stay friends for middle school until you were in college?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you reconnect at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was when you were in college, I guess?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So during that time, is that when you met Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that means you've met Evelyn in person?
Yes.
Okay. How many times do you think you have been around Evelyn?
4 or 5 times.
Okay. And are those times that when you were hanging out with Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
As well? Okay. When you hung out with Megan, was Evelyn usually with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you ever recall seeing Megan when Evelyn was not with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when was that?
The end of our friendship.
Okay. Which was when?
The 1st of December.
Okay. So then you're saying you saw Megan without Evelyn the 1st of December?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Prior to that, well, let me rephrase. Before, when you say the 1st of December, do you mean the first day of December, or do you mean the first part of December?
The first part.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that one. Okay. So prior to the first part of December, do you recall ever seeing the defendant without Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall going to Chili's with Megan Boswell at one point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when that was?
The end of my college semester.
Okay. And do you know when that would have been?
Around the 1st of December.
Okay. Who was there when you went to Chili's that day?
Me, Megan, and Evelyn.
Okay. Anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you sit at a table or a booth?
Booth.
Okay. And did you sit beside anyone?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So Megan and Evelyn were on one side of the table and you were on the other?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your impression of Evelyn that day?
She was dirty, and I could smell her across the table.
Okay. Have you been around babies before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was she beyond what a normal dirty baby would be?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Sustained.
You said you've been around other babies, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your personal experience with other babies, did you consider Evelyn dirtier than what your experience was with other children?
Based on my personal opinion, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell us how? Can you describe it for us?
Her face and hands were dirty.
and her clothes were dirty.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started working at the chicken shack?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall if she was dating anyone when she started working at the chicken shack?
Not when she started.
Okay. When did she start dating someone? Shortly after?
About a week or two after.
Okay. And who was that?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. So around this time, did you notice anything different about the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what you noticed?
She was spending a lot more time with the gentleman and not Evelyn.
Okay. After this time, when she's dating Hunter Wood, did you see Evelyn with Megan Boswell at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see Hunter with Evelyn at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have concerns at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you talk with other people about it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. What were your concerns?
It was strange that Megan Boswell was not with Evelyn because she was always with Evelyn up until this point.
Okay. Did you notice Megan doing things without Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What types of things?
Usually things that you would take your children, such as vacations, going to the aquarium.
December. I'll pass you 2 photographs.
Thank you.
Take a look at those and see if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
Megan sent me those when her and Hunter and a few other people went to the aquarium.
Okay, and so you got those personally sent to you from Megan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is a photograph of?
Megan and Hunter Wood at the aquarium.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 85.
Any objection?
No.
Judge, I would say that these photos are cumulative. They're essentially the same photo. If the court wants to admit them, but I wouldn't know if they're cumulative.
If they're going to be introduced separately, I mean, they should be introduced separately. They shouldn't be introduced as a cumulative.
Okay. You want to do 85 and 86, Your Honor? Permission to publish, Your Honor. Caitlin, is this one of the pictures you received from Megan Boswell? Was it via text?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate that Evelyn was with her that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she send you any pictures of her with Evelyn that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem to be upset at all that day when
No,
she
ma'am.
sent you these pictures? Okay. Did she also send you this photograph from that same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell me what the date is that's behind her on the photograph? Can you read that?
On the top,
Yeah.
it says 2019.
Okay. And you may not recall, but if you do you remember when those photographs were sent to you?
I do not recall.
Okay. Would it have been after early December?
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
because it would have been, you said, she started dating Hunter 1 to 2 weeks after the beginning of December. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it fair to say it was at least 1 to 2 weeks after mid-December.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So for mid-December is, well, let me say this. Prior to Thanksgiving of 2019, did Megan talk a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see her post a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about mid-December? Is she still doing that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she was with her father.
Okay. When you say her father, do you know who do you think she was talking about, or who was she talking about?
She was speaking of Ethan.
Okay. Did she say why Evelyn was with Ethan?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She said that Ethan came home and got emergency custody.
Okay. Did she ever show you any paperwork?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did she ever say why?
Ethan seen photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her head, and he used that.
Okay. And the defendant told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to go back to that. Did Megan say why Ethan had taken emergency custody of Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she say?
She said that Ethan had saw photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her forehead.
Okay. You said she never showed you paperwork of custody?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How many times did she tell you that Evelyn was with Ethan?
A few times.
Okay. Was that in person or via text?
Both.
Okay. So do you remember seeing Megan around Christmas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where did you see her?
We met at the Pinnacle in Bristol.
Okay. Was Evelyn with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk to her about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She still said that Ethan had her.
Okay. And do you remember Megan getting a phone call while you were talking to her that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who called her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who called her?
Her father.
Okay. And we're not going to be able to say what he said to her, but what did Megan say to her father over the phone?
She told her father that she would be getting Evelyn back around the 1st of February.
Okay. Okay. During this entire time, did Megan ever seem upset?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her cry?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever seem concerned about Evelyn's safety?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has, okay?
Okay.
Morning, Miss Jones. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's Miss Carter.
Oh, Miss Carter.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I got it wrong. Did it used to be Miss Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how often were you around Megan, let's say in 2019? Would you consider yourselves close friends during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often would you see her?
About twice a month.
Twice a month. And you described a meal, I think was it Applebee's?
Chili's.
Chili's. When was that meal?
Around the 1st of December.
You say around the 1st of December. Can you be more specific? And let me ask you this way. You equated it to your college semester or your earlier testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Had you taken your exams? Were you waiting to take exams? What part of the end of the college semester were you at?
She actually took me out to eat for celebration of finishing my exams.
Okay. So the exams were in December.
Yes, sir.
That's typical, I think, of a college schedule, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So this would have been sometime, say, after the 5th or 6th, maybe?
I would say so.
Okay. Do you know what day of the week it was?
I do not.
Would have been a weekday.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Carter, you described Evelyn as being dirty that day.
Yes, sir.
Has you ever seen Evelyn dirty before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see any signs of abuse?
No, sir.
Did Megan seem like a loving mother to you?
Yes, sir.
Did she seem devoted to Evelyn?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her neglect her in any way?
No, sir.
Would be fair to say that at some point your friendship with Megan ended?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Around the 1st of January.
And did that have anything to do with Evelyn?
No, sir.
Why did your friendship end?
She lost or misplaced her phone and did not have a way to communicate with me.
Okay, so y'all just quit talking?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Carter, just so we know, your exams, were they after Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in 2019, Thanksgiving, I believe, was on the 28th of November. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. So your exams would have been sometime the first week of December. Monday was the 2nd of December. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many days would your exams been?
That whole last week of college.
Okay. So the last day of that week is the 6th of December.
Is that on
That's
Friday?
a Friday.
Okay.
Okay, would that have been the day your exams ended?
Yes.
Is that the day you ate?
I cannot recall.
You said you ate it, did you eat on the last day of exams or just after the last day of exams?
It was the last day of exams.
Okay, so if the last day of exams were on the 6th, it would have been on the 6th.
I guess I'm going to ask if he wants to, we need to probably check that schedule so she doesn't get confused on the day that she's talking about.
So she was last seen early December, right? So I think Dad said Thanksgiving-ish or something, and then her friend there, Caitlin, was saying she had finals, so it was like early December. Was she saying like the 5th or the 6th? And then remember Ethan came the 23rd of December, and Megan was like, oh, she's not feeling well. She kept blowing him off. So ultimately, yeah, it was like beginning of December, we'll say the 5th, 6th even, and then March 5th. So it's like 3 months. So just terrible, just absolutely terrible. All right, we're coming up on the sentencing, about another 20 minutes or so. I wanted to play this. Well, it's not really playing it. We're going to get to the verdict in, well, you know what? Should we play the verdict first? Yeah. Let me think about that for a second. Yeah, okay, let's do that. All right, we'll play the verdict now. And then I wanted to show you like kind of where it was on Google Maps. All right, hold on a sec. All right, I can get rid of that. Hold on a sec. Okay, so here's the verdict.
All right. Madam Foreperson, did the jury come to a unanimous decision for sentencing on counts 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you would deliver the verdict for count 1.
We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life.
And did each member of the jury sign the form? All right. If that is each individual juror's verdict, please raise your right hand. Let the record reflect each juror raise their right hand. In count 2.
We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life.
And did each juror sign the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
If that is each individual juror's verdict, please raise your right hand. Record reflect that each juror has raised their right hand. And in both counts 1 and 2, did you find an aggravating circumstance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And in count 3, did you reach a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you'll deliver that.
We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life.
And did each juror sign the form?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you find an aggravating circumstance?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the verdict that's been delivered for count 3 is each individual juror's verdict, please raise your right hand. Let the record reflect that each juror has raised their right hand. General, do you desire an individual poll?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
At this time, I propose that we release the jury from this case. Any opposition from the state?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your service. If you'll go with the officer. In count 1, the jury of your peers, having set your punishment, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count 2, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count 3, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. We'll have to set this for sentencing hearing where we'll deal with merger, other issues, as well as sentencing in counts 4 through 20. Does she waive the 45 days, Mr. Scott?
She does.
Sentencing in this case for May the 8th.
Judge, that is not good for me. I have a murder trial in Carter County the very next month.
It's not good.
May the 16th.
I expect the Carter County murder trial. We've got 2 weeks blocked off.
May the 23rd.
Yes, sir, I'll be here.
Sentencing will be held May 23rd. Pre-sentence report needs to be filed no later than April the 15th.
Judge, you have May the 22nd instead of the 23rd.
I do.
We'll use that instead.
We can.
Thank you.
That good with the state?
Yes, Judge.
All right. May 22nd. We'll say at 1:30?
Yes.
At 1:30 p.m. Report by the Department of Corrections be filed no later than April the 15th.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else we need to take up?
Nothing else for the state.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, Judge. I think from this point going forward, since Mr. Scotland's primary counsel in this case, I would make an oral motion to be relieved as co-counsel on behalf of Megan Boswell going forward.
You'll be relieved. You were appearing as co-counsel pro bono.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court thanks you for your service.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
All right. The court will be recessed till Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. for the next trial.
Thank you, Judge.
So interesting. They were going for May. So something happened, obviously, to delay it. Right? So she got life, which is at least 60 years. She's eligible for parole after 51 of those. So she got counts 1, 2, and 3. So she got 3 counts. 3 counts life in prison. But in Tennessee, it's 60 years minimum, and then you're eligible for after 51. Now, are those going to be consecutive or concurrent? And then counts 4 through 20, they're going to have to sentence her and see, how they merge those together. So that's why we're here now. I don't know, Chris. Yeah, it's weird. Why is it now September? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. All right. So next so now we have about 15 minutes. So I want to pull this up. This is where and we can just kind of go through this, just kind of waste some time for the next little bit. So here is, all right. Here is where Evelyn was found. So you guys are wondering like where this is in the grand scheme of things. So it is pretty rural. You see Knoxville there. It's on the northeastern part of Tennessee. So Knoxville is down here, right? Here's Knoxville. And it's over here. Here's Muddy Creek. This is where she was found. So pretty rural. And again, just so you guys kind of get a overview, if you're not in the States, this is where Tennessee is, right? So you got Nashville. Obviously, everybody knows Nashville. Knoxville. Generally, people know Knoxville. Chattanooga. It's another big town. So that's where she was located. That's where she was found, I should say. They talked about Pigeon Forge. Pigeon Forge's over here, and it's like this. It's a really nice resort kind of place. Very nice. So they mentioned that she went there to Pigeon Forge. I think maybe that's where that picture was with her and Hunter, and who's taking care of Evelyn. I think they went to Pigeon Forge there. So there's. So that's that. All right. Lots of rivers, creeks. Oh, there's is it Blountville? Not Blountville. Blountville, or is it Blountville? So there's that's probably where they would go in. Want to grab a bite to eat? There's a Mexican restaurant. They have a golf club. So there you go. Let's see. Sherry says, Knoxville's where your cousin lived for many years. Oh, okay. Went to Memphis in May barbecue event. Had a blast. Cool. All right, hold on a sec. So the original hearing was scheduled for May 22nd, Aaron's saying, to determine sentencing on her remaining charges and whether she'd serve consecutive sentences or potentially eliminating the possibility of parole. In June, it was confirmed that the May hearing did not happen and was rescheduled for September 5th. So Assistant DA William Harper noted that the hearing was delayed because Megan's defense attorney had filed a motion for a new trial, substantial procedural request that can necessitate more court time to consider. So good job. Thank you, Aaron, for telling us that. So there you go. So they wanted a new trial. Go figure. Right? They wanted a new trial. All right. So let's see. No, we can keep watching some stuff. We can keep watching some. Hold on a sec. We got a few minutes. We can watch her other friends. This was one of her other friends. So while we wait, we'll check this out.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name.
My name is Audrey Gibbs.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Have a seat.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Been better.
Okay. Just breathe. You'll be fine. You need a minute?
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right.
you need to, just let me know if you need to take a breath, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you would, state your name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Audrey Gibbs.
And Miss Gibbs, where do you live?
I live in Kingsport, Tennessee.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
We met in 7th grade.
Okay. You known her since then?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a minute. Over 10 years here.
Okay. Did you also attend high school with her?
Freshman year, yeah.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at Central.
Here in Blountville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Miss Boswell's daughter, Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. Were you friends with Miss Boswell after Evelyn was born?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or visit with her?
Quite often, yes.
Okay. When you say quite often, how often are we, how
Almost-
frequently are we talking?
Almost every day. You know, in 2019, we hung out a lot. Megan was one of my closest friends then. We would sometimes take trips together, and, you know, Evelyn was always there with us.
Okay. So that would have been right after Evelyn was born. Is that
Yeah.
right? How old was Evelyn at the time?
I think, you know, I mean, we hung out the whole time. I mean, in the summer, I believe she would be like, you know, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something like that. I can't remember her exact age during that time. I just know, yeah.
Okay. You were seeing her
Quite often.
very frequently during that time.
Yeah.
What were your observations as far as Megan and her being a parent to Evelyn?
You know, for the most part, it was all right. There was no complaints there, but there were some things like that I noticed. Like sometimes it would be a long time before she would change her diaper, and it'd be like, hey, do you need to change her diaper or anything like that? There was also one time with the car seat. I had noticed that she hadn't buckled her in, and I just mentioned, hey, you know, you better buckle in Evelyn and stuff. It's not safe for you to ride around. You could get in a car accident. She could get hurt. And just those two things I noticed. But other than that, not really much else.
Okay. She appeared to care for Evelyn?
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
her?
yeah, definitely.
Good mom?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever babysit for
No.
Megan?
No. We would hang out together. We would, you know, either go to the park, or one time we went to the aquarium in Pigeon Forge. We would always just do like family friendly things. You know, one time we also tie-dyed together with Evelyn. I made like a onesie for my daughter that day because it was before she was born.
At some point in time, do you leave the Tri-Cities area?
Yes. So after my baby shower, I did move to Knoxville with my the father of my child to live with his family at just Knoxville.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it would have been early November.
Of 2019?
Yes.
All right. It's kind of a silly question, but did you have your child?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was December 9th, 2019.
Not going to forget that date. All right. Did Megan come to see you while you were in the hospital?
Yes, she did with my other best friend Bailey.
Okay. What's Bailey's last name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. So the two of them, you were in Knoxville, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the two of them came together to see you while you were still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Okay. Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her without Evelyn ever.
You trailed off a little bit there at the end. Did you say ever?
Oh, yeah, that would be the first time that I would ever see her without Evelyn. Because every time otherwise we hung out together with Evelyn always.
Okay. She always had Evelyn with her.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about Megan that day?
Yes. So I was just trying to tell my birthing story because, you know, I kind of had a little bit of a traumatic one. So I was just, you know, telling her and Bailey about that. And Megan's behavior that day was just a little weird. She just kind of had like a weird look in her eyes, and then she just kept saying over and over to me like, I love you, and just like, I love you, I love you, I love you. And it was just over and over until I would acknowledge that. And, you know, eventually I had to say like, I love you too, but I mean, I was trying to tell a story.
Okay. So that was not her normal behavior?
No.
Not the normal way you all would interact?
No, normally, you know, we'd have just like a regular old conversation. back and forth.
Did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes, I did. I asked her where Evelyn was, and I can't remember who she said she was with, but I just thought that was kind of strange at the time because, you know, normally she couldn't find a babysitter. It's hard for her too.
After her visit, did you communicate or stay in touch with her?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you communicated with Megan?
Mainly through Instagram.
Did Megan talk at all about Evelyn?
Well, she wouldn't directly bring her up, but I would ask, you know, about Evelyn, and if Kyrie could meet Evelyn because, you know, they were supposed to be besties.
Okay. And who's Kyrie?
Sorry, that's my daughter.
Okay. All right. So you said you talked about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did Megan ever bring her up or talk about her, show any pictures?
She didn't show pictures, but she would answer, like, you know, my questions if I asked about Evelyn. She would just say, you know, she's good, but, you know, she's not with me. She said one time that that Evelyn was with Ethan. Well, actually, that's really the only thing she told me was just that Evelyn was with Ethan.
Okay. And you said that this was after your visit on December the 9th. So,
yes.
Do you remember conversations back in January of 2020? Would you have had conversations with her on Instagram at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify what's shown in that.
Yes, this is just mine and hers Instagram messages.
Okay. Is that a conversation that you had with her on January the 19th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to make that exhibit. Sorry, on 68.
You objecting?
Oh, sure.
Instagram.
It's Instagram, yes, Judge. And I'm going to ask to publish that to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. Just for clarification, I noticed at the top it says Maggie Mae. Is that how you had her, or is that her handle on?
That was her handle on Instagram.
Okay. And the tagline there, Maggie_Wood23.
Wait, sorry, that was her handle. The first part, that was just like her name, how it's shown on it.
And just so you guys know, I'm just waiting for the feed to kick in because right now it's just a thumbnail. So once the feed kicks in for the actual live sentencing, then I'll jump over there. So we might as well just, stay here and listen to this until the actual live feed kicks in. So just so you guys know, I've got my eye on the live feed. When it kicks in, we'll jump on over.
Instagram, but the under part's the handle.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's how her name displays as Maggie Mae.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so her part of the conversation there is on the left. Yours is on the right. Is that correct? Okay. So on January the 19th, 2020, you got a message from her, WYB. Can you tell us what that stands for those of us who may not know?
Yes, that means what you doing.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, you used...
This is slang term, sorry.
NMWBU, what does that stand for?
That means not much. What about you?
Okay. And what else did you ask her?
I just said, how's Evelyn? To which she would reply, good. And then, I mentioned you should bring her up here to meet Kyrie, just because, that was one of my biggest things. I just really wanted them to get together.
Okay. And what did she respond to your comment about that?
Yes. She then said, I don't have her right now. Ethan's got her. But we could come tonight if you want us to. Which I was at my aunt's at the time, so that's why I said tonight wouldn't be good. when's the next time you could come? And then she said probably not for another couple weeks, which at that time I would be out of Kingsport because I lived in Knoxville at the time.
Okay. So you were just up here visiting?
Family, yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay. All right. Identify that. Was that a conversation that you all had back on January the 24th into the 25th of 2020?
Yes, and also the 26th.
Okay. And was that is that a true and accurate copy of the conversation that you all had there on Instagram?
Yeah.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that Exhibit 69. Asked to publish it to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. So again, Ms. Boswell's portion of the conversation is, as we look at on the left part of the screen, you're on the right side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want to interpret for us again?
Yeah. Okay, so starting off, she says, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Nothing much. What about you?" And then she said, "I'm impregnated." And then, am I allowed to use profanity? Okay. Yeah. I said, "Oh shit, for real?" And she said, "Yes." And then I said, "That's awesome. Evelyn's going to have a sibling." And then she said, "Yes."
Okay. All right. Did you continue to have communication with Miss Boswell after that?
I mean, it would have still been kind of spotty, here and there. Just messaging when I could because I was like, a new-time mom for the first time and just kind of, going through the newborn stage. But, I think I messaged her one more time, well, a couple more times, and then the last message I remember sending her was basically like when everything came out, and I was like, "How are you? This is pretty intense." Okay. But that was like one of my last messages to her.
All right. Did she ever respond to you?
No.
At that point in time? Okay. Ms. Gibbs, when was the last time that you saw Evelyn?
It would have been my baby shower.
Okay. And when was your baby shower?
It would have been October 31st.
2019?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. And then you left after that and went to...
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Okay.
No questions. Ms. Gibbs, thank you for your testimony. Your release from the man was pretty good.
Thank you.
State would call Bailey Hawkins.
All right. Sorry about that. We just got a pizza delivery.
Raise your right hand, man.
Still nothing from the live feed. I've got my eye on it. All right. Here's another good friend of hers.
Yes.
Bailey, how are you today?
I'm here.
Can you tell us your name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. Can you tell us where you live? What city do you live in?
Blountville, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Tennessee?
I moved to Tennessee in 5th grade, so about a little over 10 years.
Okay. And when you moved to Tennessee, what school did you go to?
I went to Alston Elementary School.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We went to school together when I moved to Tennessee. She was like basically the first friend that I made in elementary school.
Okay, so would that have been around 5th grade?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you maintain that friendship from 5th grade on?
Yeah, we pretty much stayed in contact because we had like classes together and everything, and we're in school together. She moved around a lot, so we would fall in and out of contact here and there, but we pretty much stayed friends the entire time.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you still friends during that time?
She invited me over to Evelyn's baby shower, so we were friends, and then she invited me to her baby shower.
Okay. And were you able to go to the baby shower?
No.
Okay. Did you continue to maintain that friendship after Evelyn was born?
Yeah, that's pretty much when we became in contact more and started like seeing each other more.
Okay. Can you tell us, when you say seeing each other more, how often do you think you were seeing Megan and Evelyn?
It was pretty regularly. I'd say once or twice a week, probably.
Okay. And when you saw Megan, would she always have Evelyn with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I'm going to give you a time frame from Thanksgiving of 2019, prior to that time, did you ever see Megan without Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know for Megan to leave Evelyn with anyone else before Thanksgiving of 2019?
Every now and again she'd talk about leaving her with the grandma, but every time we hung out, she would always have Evelyn.
Okay. And do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn yourself in person?
I can't remember exact dates because we hung out so often, but the last time that I recall is when we went to Speedway and Lights.
Okay. And did Evelyn go with you?
Yes.
Okay.
You may approach.
All right, if you're just joining us late, we are expecting the sentencing to happen at 1:30. Obviously, it's 1:41 right now, so nothing's going on. I got my eye on the feed. Nothing's going on. So in the meantime, we've been playing all morning. We've been playing previous testimony or testimony from the trial. We've gone through her dad, Tommy, and her mom, Angela. This is one of her good friends. And we've gone through her boyfriend, Ethan Perry, the medical examiner a little bit. So we're just waiting for the feed to kick in for the actual sentencing. And she was found guilty, sentenced to life for counts 1 through 3, which is mandatory minimum 60 years, with possibility of life, possibility of parole at 51 years. And then it's the counts 4 through 20 that they're talking about sentencing for merger. So that's to see if it's going to be consecutive or concurrent. So it's all the lesser charges that are going to be for today.
Okay, Bailey, you just stated that you recalled going to Speedway and Lights with Evelyn and Megan. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall how many times you went?
We went twice.
Okay. And were Megan and Evelyn there both times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said you don't recall the date?
They were in November.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely November.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started her new job?
That was in December. I want to say it was beginning of December.
Okay. And do you know where she was starting to work?
Hunter T's Chicken Shack.
Okay. And
All right, feed has kicked in, so we can zip on over there.
Ms. Boswell, this case we'll take up is State versus Megan Boswell, 72869. We're on today for sentencing. There was a pre-sentence report filed April the 4th, 2025. A jury convicted Ms. Boswell of first-degree murder in count 1, first-degree murder in perpetration of felony in counts 2 and 3. The jury sentenced her to life. The jury also convicted her in count 4 of aggravated child abuse, count 5 aggravated child neglect, count 6 tampering with evidence, count 7 through 17 false report, count 19 abuse of corpse, count 20 failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. So we're here on counts 4 through 20 for sentencing today. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Because sentencing is the first thing that's up, the state has to burden.
Judge, how are you going to handle the pre-sentence report that we made?
Because of the nature of this case, it's going to be exhibit number 1. I normally don't make any exhibit, but I think in this case,
Fine with me.
Thank you.
Somebody have a copy of it? It's not being marked up? And if you don't, I've got it in the file. I just got to find it. Which file it's in.
Judge, we have a plain copy.
Gentlemen, the state having approved.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Sheriff Jeff Cassidy.
Raise your right hand, state your name, please.
Sheriff Jeff Cassidy.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give is the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth.
Tell the court your name and where you're employed.
Jeff Cassidy, Sheriff of Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Been with them a total of 29 years. This is my 7th year as sheriff.
Okay, and so that means you were sheriff in 2020 during the time of this investigation. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to take you back to February 2020. Was Sullivan County the first agency to be involved in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me briefly how Sullivan County how the investigation started?
Missing child at first, and then once we found out that the last time the baby was saw was in December, we knew he was already behind the curve there. We was probably 2 months away from utilizing the resources that we needed to rescue or recover baby Evelyn.
Okay. How old were you told Evelyn was the time the investigation began?
15 months.
Okay. What was your role in the investigation?
Of course, as a lead agency, I always stay in contact and communication with all my detectives and everybody that was responded to this scene and responded to all the tips across pretty much the region. So, I was constantly in communication with TBI, FBI, and my detectives.
Okay. If you had to give an approximate number, how many Sullivan County employees do you think were tasked with working this investigation?
Aside from my executive staff, which is about 14, we had probably an additional 40 worked around the clock just on this case.
Okay. When you say around the clock, was there 24/7 coverage of this? And are we talking about from the day she was reported missing until the day that she was found?
Yes, ma'am.
It's approximately 18 days.
Yeah, from about February 18th till March 6th, I looked through our records, and just overtime hours alone on this case was 740 hours.
Okay. And that's employees working their regular shifts plus overtime?
Plus overtime.
Okay. So let me ask this first. Did Sullivan County end up requesting the assistance from other agencies?
Yeah, this was a unique case. Normally we work most cases on our own, but we had to pull resources from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Virginia State Police, SBI.
What is the SBI?
State Bureau of Investigation, and then we had Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, and then multiple local regional jurisdictions up in North Carolina and other states in Middle Tennessee.
Okay. And is that essentially from following tips that were coming in?
Yeah, anything that came through, we followed every lead, tried to look into everything that was brought to the VCC, which is the Virtual Command Center through Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And is the Virtual Command Center, that's where the tips would come in to decide how to then send them back out to be investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With these different agencies and with Sullivan County, what types of resources were you able to, what did you utilize to try to find this baby?
We utilized every resource that I've ever even been involved in that was at our disposal. I mean, we took jets to different places to expedite the finding of any type of information that may lead to the recovery of Evelyn. We utilized everything the TBI and FBI provided us with, just anything that was at our disposal. And we probably used more resources for this than anything I can ever remember.
We know that one of the stories, false reports that the defendant gave was that a person by the name of Ethan Perry had Evelyn. What did you have to do in regards to following that lead? What resources were used?
Yeah, he was in the military in Louisiana, from what I remember, and we had to send some detectives up there as well.
Okay. And we know another story that she gave was that She kept hinting at Mendota, Virginia, over and over. Is that a lead that you also use resources to follow?
Yeah, United States Marshal, I left that out. United States Marshals helped us out on that one in Mendota.
Okay. She also told you that Angela Boswell, her mother, had Evelyn at some point. Did you follow that lead?
Yes, we worked extensively on that one. We thought that she may have had custody of baby Boswell, so we that went into North Carolina, and I think the dive team went into the ponds over there as well.
Okay. So in preparation for today's hearing, you were asked to review Sullivan County records regarding this investigation, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the records that you reviewed, were they all maintained by the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am, just the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
And the purpose of those was to come up with the manpower that was used?
Yes, ma'am.
To get an approximate amount of manpower and overtime hours, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What if the defendant had told the truth on day one?
Yeah.
Objection, cause for speculation.
I could ask you a different way. Would you have found Evelyn if the defendant had told the truth on day one?
Objection,
yes,
cause for speculation.
Sustained. Yeah, I think we need to rephrase it. It's too wrong with it right now.
If you had known that Evelyn was dead on day one, would that have changed the way you conducted your investigation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would all of these resources have been used?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware of community involvement during the time of this investigation, the 18 days of investigation?
Yeah, extremely. They really provided us a lot of additional resources that not criminal justice related, just like they brought us food to the office so we could eat and still work, and they all pulled together during that time and just showed tremendous outpouring of support for our entire agency. And across the nation, really, this was a national recognized case. So the people around here in the community, they started Evelyn's Army, and they provided food for us daily.
Based on your own personal observations, what did the impact on the community look like to you?
Very emotional, just like my staff. I mean, everything you see, people wanted to find this baby, and that was their number one goal. And whatever it may take, whatever it may need, whatever resource may need to be utilized, everybody was willing and able to put in their time, effort, and energy to locate baby Evelyn. And just like my staff, I mean, the emotional toll on them, the lack of sleep, but they never did get fatigued. I tried to send some home, and they said, "No, I'm not going home. I'm going to work on this case until we find the baby."
Okay. No other questions? Please answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
State would call, take the math price.
Sit on the swear affirm testimony about to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir.
Your Matt Price, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is your position at the Sheriff's Department?
I'm Lieutenant in Criminal Investigations.
And Lieutenant Price, you very familiar with the investigation involving the disappearance and death of Evelyn Boswell, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was your role in the investigation?
This case was assigned to me as the lead investigator with the Sheriff's Office. So I was the lead investigator.
And you worked, the Sheriff has testified to, you worked hand in hand with numerous agencies in the investigation, including the TBI, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Agent David Gratz at the time, also the two of you worked extensively, that'd be correct. You familiar with the evidence that was collected in the case, the discovery of the body of the victim, Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Lieutenant Price, I'm going to hand you some photographs. I'm just going to do this one at a time so we can, for the sake of getting these exhibits in. I'm going to hand you the first photograph, ask you if you can show us, identify what's shown in that photo.
Yes, this is a photograph of looking inside the playhouse at the trash can where Evelyn was located.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of,
yes,
of that scene? Okay. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 1 to this hearing. 2, I'm sorry. And I don't know if it's helpful, but that was what the trial was introduced as exhibit number 15. I don't know if that's helpful or would create confusion or.
Let's just it'll be exhibit 1 for that sentence in here.
Okay. 2. Do you recognize what's shown in the photographs just been handed to you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Again, this is looking inside the playhouse at the trash can after the one of the bags had been removed off the top.
Okay. Is there anything of significance that you see as you look at the trash can itself?
Yes, it appears that the items inside the trash can have been compressed.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit 3 to this hearing. Lieutenant Price, would you take a look at the photographs being handed to you and ask, or again, ask if you can identify what's shown?
Yes, this is a picture of the inside the trash can with the blanket removed where you can see baby Evelyn's leg.
Is that the first shot or first, I guess, discovery of the body?
It is correct.
Right. Judge, we think that exhibit 4 to this hearing. What's shown in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the trash bag that was inside the trash can where baby Evelyn was located, and also the child is with the aluminum foil and the blanket is laying beside the trash bag.
So the body's been removed from the trash bag?
Correct. The body's been removed from the trash bag. It's in the trash bag with trash in it. Baby Evelyn is laying there wrapped in blankets and aluminum foil wrapped around her.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit 5 this hearing. Do you recognize what is shown in the photographs that's been handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And what is that? A picture of it.
This is the body of baby Evelyn after she was removed from the trash can, placed inside of a body bag. She's lying there with blankets wrapped around her and aluminum foil wrapped around where her head area was.
Judge, we would make that exhibit 6 to this hearing. Do you recognize the photo that's just been handed to you?
Yes, I do.
What is shown in that photo?
And this is baby Evelyn laying in, still wrapped in blankets, laying on a body bag, with her arm exposed, showing the onesie that she was wearing.
All right. Is that photo, one of the photos that was taken at the time the body was recovered?
It is correct.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 7 for this hearing. Lieutenant Price, do you recognize what's shown in that photo?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is baby Evelyn after the blankets and aluminum foil had been removed from her body. It shows the positioning of her head and how she was laying when the blanket was removed.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 8 for this hearing. Finally, Lieutenant Price, can you do one more photo and ask me you can identify that photograph, please?
Yes, I can. This is a picture of Evelyn, one of the last known pictures. We know that when she was alive.
Judge, we could make that exhibit number 9 for this hearing. Thank you, Lieutenant Price. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
No questions, Judge.
That's all the evidence.
Judge, it's possible I'd like to make an allocution.
I would just like to say that the state of Tennessee treated me very unfair during this whole investigation. And had I had a fair trial and an impartial jury, I would have been acquitted of the murder charges. I would have never hurt my baby, and I did not kill Evelyn. That's all.
I'm sorry. Judge, the state has, prior to this hearing, filed a notice of intent in regards to enhancing factors that we believe apply, as well as a notice of intent to seek consecutive sentencing, which is what we are asking the court to do. And we believe, based upon the seriousness of the offense, as well as the fact that Miss Boswell is a dangerous offender whose behavior indicates little or no regard for human life, that she had no hesitation about committing a crime in which the risk of human life was high, that this court shall bring those sentences consecutive to each other. And I want to touch briefly on the enhancement factors, and primarily on the one that I think just screams out in this case, which is the violation of trust. Truly, I think the facts that were involved in this case, and the court, of course, consider everything that was presented and that came in at trial, as well as the photographs that have been introduced to the sentencing hearing, which again, those were all part of the trial evidence as well. But the trust that Miss Boswell betrayed upon her daughter was just so callous. She chose herself repeatedly, time and time again, over her child. All deaths are horrible, but for a small child to die in the way that Evelyn died just shows such extreme callousness. And those photographs show you. I mean, she was discarded like a piece of common garbage. Detective Lieutenant Price testified to, it looks like the body has been compressed, pushed down in the trash can so we can fit more trash, more garbage on top of a child. But probably the most hurtful and severe part of this whole and painful part of this is the fact that all that occurred at the hands of the one person that she should have been able to rely upon and trust to protect her own mother. But Megan didn't do that. Megan repeatedly chose Megan. Megan chose her life. Megan chose living in the big house out by the lake. Megan chose going to the movies. She chose going to Blowing Rock, going to Gatlinburg, again and again and again, over her own daughter. In order for the court to find that the defendant was a dangerous offender and apply consecutive sentencing, there are two things that the case law has said the court has to find. One is that it relates to the severity of the crime. And I can think of nothing that would be any easier than to relate consecutive sentencing to the facts of this case and what Ms. Boswell did. I mean, not only did she murder her own child and then go about her own life, but then once law enforcement was finally brought into the case, not because of her, not because she did anything, but because it finally got reported by her dad. Well, then she manipulates law enforcement, manipulates the community by continuing to lie over and over and over again, causing extraordinary resources to have to be involved for weeks trying to find this child in the hopes that she's alive. And then even after that, even after she finally coughs up the fact that her child is dead, she continues to lie about not knowing where she is. When all along, she's sitting there stuffed upside down in a trash can in her childhood playhouse. So I think it's very easy for this court to find that the severity of this crime and her suffocating her own child, putting her in a trash can, and then repeatedly lying about it to cover it up relates to the severity of the crime. The second finding this court has to make is that it was necessary that consecutive sentencing is necessary to protect the public from further crimes. And I provided the court, as well as Mr. Scott, with the case of State v. Taylor, which was a case in which a small child had been beaten to death, and then the mother basically delayed in reporting, calling 911, which eventually resulted in the child dying because she didn't receive any medical attention. And the court in that case found that the dangerous offender classification was satisfied because the defendant had demonstrated extreme callousness towards the health and welfare of the victim, and the results were fatal. Well, Judge, I really, it does not get any more callous than what the defendant did in this case. You know, she turned her back, she turned her life, she turned her trust away from her own child. Evelyn got in the way of the life Megan Boswell wanted to live, and so she eliminated that problem. It truly does not get any more callous than that. So the state would submit that both those factors are met and that the court should impose consecutive sentencing. I've already touched on the element as far as trust being involved in the enhancing factor. And then sitting here listening to Ms. Boswell's rather brief allocution, I think it's also right for the court to consider the fact that she sits here today in this courtroom still having absolutely no remorse and taking no responsibility for the death of her child. Once again, she wants to make all of us victims in the case, make herself a victim. Sheriff's office, I guess, should be issuing an apology to her for the way she's just been unfairly treated during this whole process. Judge, Miss Boswell was not treated unfairly. Her child was treated unfairly. Her 15-month-old child never had a chance because of the one person who should have protected her. So for that reason, the state is asking you to maximize her sentence in the remaining counts that she has to be sentenced on, and we would ask that they be run consecutive, Judge. Thank you.
Judge, I guess I'll try to address this in somewhat the way Mr. Harper did, maybe in a backwards fashion. Ms. Boswell had no prior criminal history when this case started, when the investigation started. At some point, she was convicted of a reckless driving B misdemeanor in Washington County, I think in February of 2020. That's the only criminal history she comes to this court with. She's been in jail since she was 18 years old. She will be in jail if this court were to sentence her at the low end of everything, and not run it consecutive. She'll be in jail until she's 69 years old. So the court then has to determine, at that point, is she going to be a threat to society? Does society need to be protected from 69-year-old Megan Boswell? The court should, I guess first the court has to consider the length of the sentence. She's a range one offender as to each count. The court should impose I think the sentence is short of a sentence is necessary, so the court is supposed to do to achieve the purposes of the sentencing. Here, she's serving a life sentence. She will be eligible for parole at 69 years old. So how much more do you need? Essentially, the state asks you to sentence her to life without parole. That's what they want. And we have addressed that issue already in a manner of speaking. I guess, practiced law 25 years. I'm still in jury sentencing I've ever done. But the jury had the opportunity, after hearing all these facts, to consider whether to sentence her to life without parole or life with parole. They sentenced her to life with parole. And I know you're not bound by that on these other counts. But I think in fairness and in deference to that jury, we have to give some respect to what determination they made. And they were aware of all the other charges. Obviously, they heard the guilt phase on those and convicted her of that. So I think that is important to consider that. She's eligible for probation on all the other charges. The court has to make a determination whether or not those sentences should be suspended or served. The court has to make a determination whether, if they are served, how they're served, consecutive or concurrent. As it relates to a dangerous offender who society has to be protected from, I think the case law is quite clear. Not every person convicted of first-degree murder and another felony is going to fall into that category. Normally, in a lot of the cases you see multiple victims, multiple acts. Here, all those things kind of go together. And I guess the other thing we have to talk about is what counts merged together in this sentence. I would suggest, of course, that the murder counts merged together for one count. That the child abuse and child neglect counts should merge. And that all of the following false reports should merge, because I sent a case to you yesterday. State versus Smith, 436 Southwest 3rd, 751. This is Supreme Court decided that 2014. It talks about cases just like this. Each of these cases, these interviews were basically a continuation of the other interviews. And based on the rule of leniency, the court found that even though in that case interviews were made over multiple days with different officers, just in this case that they had to merge. And that's what I think should happen here, is all those counts should merge. And I guess finally, I want to address what Mr. Harper said about Ms. Boswell's comments. I think a lot of defendants would probably feel that way. But I think she's entitled to maintain her defense. She doesn't have to come in here for purposes of sentencing and somehow take responsibility. The law doesn't require that. That's not one of the factors to consider for consecutive sentencing. That's not one of the factors to consider for length of sentence. The defendant has a right to maintain their innocence, and to hold that against them and to somehow sentence them to more jail time because they don't come in here and say, I did it. That violates due process. It violates the right to a trial by jury, the right to appeal. So I would suggest to the court that the appropriate sentence here should be bottom end of the range. The sentences should run concurrent, and ultimately she should be left with a chance of parole when she's 69 years old, however that is structured.
Court will be in recess for 15 minutes.
Why is it the bailiff is the only one that we hear? Everybody else, I had to crank up the volume and...
My phone's ringing.
Yeah. That really young
All the time. It's like the office. I did not realize that she something yesterday. I forgot about that. Tell the sheriff I must have told him. Did y'all hear my argument?
You could cover it up with
Hopefully that's the last one.
You know how I like my hot mics. You never know what you're going to hear.
For some reason, we have axe in there. Oh my goodness. And so I took it and it was right at the baseboard. I took it and got a box in and screwed it. And when I did, the mouse run and the axe went through the wall.
I've got a video. Oh, I'd love to see it. You have to send it to me.
It's hilarious.
Okay.
Remember that? You, sir? Apparently, he's got a video.
All right, that's just a cacophony. I thought there might be something good in there. Yes, 15-minute break. Bailiff definitely used her theater voice. Court will be in recess. Yeah, she definitely used her theater voice. All right, so basically, we heard from Sheriff Cassidy, who talked about all the resources he used. And then I didn't catch that other guy because they were talking so low, and I was trying to bump the volume here. And so the Sheriff Cassidy, he talked about all the people that went into searching, the stories that she told. She told multiple stories. Ethan had Evelyn, Mom had Evelyn, just all these different stories. So then Megan got up. Megan got up and she said, the state has treated her very unfairly. And if she had a fair trial, she would have been acquitted. She says she would never hurt her child. And then the state asked for consecutive sentencing. Defense gets up. She'll be 69 when she gets paroled. So again, right now she's looking at minimum of 60 years because life in prison or a life sentence in Tennessee is 60 years. Oh, is that the judge? What's that judge? Wait a minute. What's he doing? I don't think we're missing anything.
On the water line and then the sewage. So they're having to refix all that, yeah, so it's... Oh, yeah, it's been a while. Good to see you.
Just talking about their water line. All right, so life in Tennessee is 60 years. You're eligible for parole after 51 years. So if the judge makes all of these, really, stop. Yeah, what? If the judge makes all of her 20 counts concurrent, then she will potentially get out at 69. However, if he makes them consecutive, she's obviously never getting out. So, defense gets up. As far as a dangerous person to society, it has to be protected from. He says case law is pretty clear about that. Not everybody convicted of a felony falls into this category. He wants the child abuse and child neglect to merge. He talked about all the other ones merging. So, see if there's anything. Yeah, again, just a cacophony of sound. Patsy says, "Good afternoon. Took off this morning to do adult stuff. That was no fun. Well, I hope you're okay." Brett, something about her reminds me of Lori Daybell. Mother of Papillons, the hot mics of it all. Ellen, I have not seen anything of this trial. I get on here and I see a girl walking up to the stand, smiling, showing no remorse, with an entitled statement like, and go figure. Yep. Let me see what they're saying. I'll check in with the hot mic. Okay, they killed it. Or they stopped it. They turned off their hot mic. All right, turn off their mic. I can turn it up just in case they come back in. Something about water lines. You heard sewage part. I just heard water lines. Backed up sewage. That stinks. Ba-doom-tsh. All right. I want to hear more about this axe that went through a wall they were chatting about. Oh, I missed that. It went through a wall and broke the water line and sewage came in. Oof. 69 years old. You're good with that, David? I would say more, but yeah. Sherry, I miss Megan. When did she talk? Let's see, how long ago now? If you rewind 21 minutes. Rewind 21 minutes, Sherry. Go back 21 minutes. She talked about 21 minutes ago. Sound of silence. Jojo says, way too often someone young goes into prison, spends most of their life in there, then released. It does not end well. Chris says, Psychosaurus, you need to change your handle to Psychosaurus. Amy, gosh, who would even be there for her when she is 69? Who knows? Maybe if she was 64, will you still, what's it? Will you still love me? Will you still know me? Well, you didn't. Will you still love me when I'm 64? What's that Beatles song? Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64? 21 minutes. 21 minutes. Psychosaurus. Sherry, she's going to go with you. 21 minutes. Abel, how are you? You're in the M Island listening. Don't get caught. Don't buy anything. Don't buy anything that will get you caught. Dr. Vonda K. I live 5 minutes from the courthouse. Interesting. So what's Dr. K? What's the story there? We have some people saying that they want her to get life without parole across the board. Where do you stand with this? Yeah, you guys kept mentioning Susan Smith. Who is Susan Smith? I'm not familiar with her. Susan Smith. What is her deal? Oh, her two sons enrolling them into the car. Yes. I remember her. So, in 1994, she strapped her. Didn't she have some? She was up for parole, right? Wasn't she just up for parole? Yes. We covered this. She was just up for parole, and they denied it. I remember this. Yep. Her two young boys, she put them in their car seat along with her wedding dress photo album, and she rolled them into a pond. And then she asked for parole. We covered this. I remember this last year. Yep. This was November of 2024. So I remember this. I do remember that. Yep. Oh, and then she said there were some men of color that detained, beat her. And yeah. Oh, no, wait. She said it created a racist phenomenon because white women were falsely accusing black men. Yep. Yeah, I remember that. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. All right. William, greetings, everyone. Haven't chatted in a week or so. 7 days ago, I woke up, could not walk or get out of bed. Ooh, wow. Neurosurgery hospital. Good grief. Finally getting a chance to catch up. Well, I hope you're okay. Ellen, yes, pretty much. She blamed it. Her first of all, it was Ethan, her boyfriend / baby's dad, but it ended up he was not the biological dad. Took Evelyn, and then she said her mom took her with her boyfriend to North Carolina. That ended up not happening. Then I think she said Hunter, her current boyfriend, rolled over on Evelyn. He just told a bunch of. She told a bunch of lies, I should say. Yeah, she pushed her boys into the lake to drown. Yep, tennis girl. Yep, she drowned her babies. Yep, the one that drowned. I remember. We covered it too. She had a parole hearing. Yep, she had the parole hearing. She was up for parole and she did not get it. I remember it now. I remember it. Abe, a lot of people blame minorities, of course. Remember Letitia in the Mexican restaurant? I know, it's sad, but parole was denied. Pammy says, William D'Angelo, speedy recovery. Sinbad, yep, blamed it on an African-American carjacker. Psychosaurus, there's a very, very interesting case coming up next month. Mom is claiming insanity for a fascinating reason. All right. We'll have to check into that. Ellen, yeah, Susan, she was 94, I think. I just looked it up. Right? 94. So she was up for parole. Austin Drummond is live in 30 minutes. Green Eye Cat, she said she was carjacked. Awadi, yes, we are live. We are live. We are definitely live. Shirley says she never took responsibility for her actions. Mo Freedom says, on a side note, September is National Prevent Unaliving Month. Maybe Judge Everett will go easy. Now, I have my notes. It's a case management hearing for Donna October 14th at 2:30, but it's a case management. I don't think she's going to be sentenced. We'll have to keep it. We'll definitely stream it if they stream it. We will be there for sure. But I don't think it's her sentencing. I think it's just a case management to determine. Because don't forget, there's all these pre-sentencing investigations and reports that we were reading earlier. That you have to talk to both sides have to talk to the families. They have to talk to law enforcement. They have to talk to maybe possibly get a psych evaluation. Remember, Donna wants to end her life, so that she's probably going to get some kind of evaluation on that. So both sides have to talk about all these things. So that's why it does take time if you do a PSI, which is a pre-sentence investigation. So as far as I know, I don't think Donna's going to be sentenced October 14th. That is a case management hearing. That's what they said yesterday. So we'll keep our eyes out for it. Obviously, we'll let you know. October 12th and 13th, we'll know what's happening. But right now, as it stands, I don't think Donna's sentencing will be on the 14th. I think it's just going to be a case management hearing. So, all that being said, we will definitely be paying close attention. Abel, you have bleach on sale? That could be careful buying that bleach, depending on how much you buy. Don't buy too much. David, Donna's reaction to the verdict was priceless. I agree. Mo Freedom, Donna's conviction on count 1 seals her fate. Psychosaurus Rex says, I would say the only mitigating factor for Donna would be age, but she was old when she did it. When she did all of this, so that's a bit of a moot factor. Yeah. I agree. Lily Wayne, you started listening to the Anthony Tote trial last night. Wow, that will be my weekend watching. We'll probably do a rewatch of that. We'll probably do a rewatch if we can find all the episodes, all the streaming. We'll do a rewatch of that at some point. So I'm interested in that case as well. Daisy asks, does anyone remember Paula Zile from 94? She reported her daughter missing at a Florida flea market. What's her name? Paula Zile. I do not remember that name. Paula, I was in New York at that time. So Murderpedia, the Encyclopedia of Murderers. She's accused of abusing her daughter, Christina Holt, and causing her death last September 16th, not protecting the girl from her father, John Zile. Let's see, 1995, April 12th, 1995, mother guilty. Paula Zile, a white girlish bow in her hair, contradicted the portrait sketched as a wicked mother, wept as she heard her verdict. Palm Beach County, wow, we used to live in Palm Beach. Aaron and I used to live in Palm Beach. Found her guilty, first degree, after she let her husband. Oh, that's disgusting. Beat her daughter? Ah.
Judge, I think General Massey is on her way back.
determining the appropriate sentence for these offenses, the court has considered the evidence presented at the trial at this sentencing hearing, pre-sentence report filed April 4th, 2025, more than 10 days ago. The principles of sentencing and arguments made as sentencing alternatives, the nature and characteristics of the criminal conduct involved, the evidence and information offered by the parties on mitigating and enhancing factors, any statistical information provided by the administrative officer of the courts as to sentencing practices for similar offenses in Tennessee, located at www.tncourts.gov, and any statement the defendant has made on her own behalf about sentencing and the defendant's potential for rehabilitation or treatment. I'm not sure if it was agreed, but the defendant's a range 1 standard offender under Tennessee felony classification laws. And what that means, the aggravated child abuse and neglect charges are Class A felonies, and as a range 1 offender, those would carry somewhere between 15 and 25 years. The tampering with evidence is a Class C felony. The range would be between 3 and 6 years. False reports are Class D felonies, with the range 1 being 2 to 4 years. The abuse of a corpse is a Class E felony, and failure to report death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, also a Class E felony. Those Class E felonies for range 1 would be a range of 1 to 2 years. In determining where the appropriate sentence should be within that range, while not mandatory any longer, the enhancement factors and the mitigating factors are advisory for the court. The state has urged in its filing state's urged number 3, enhancing factor 3, that the offense involved more than one victim. I think for purposes of this case and all the proof that I heard, I can understand how that argument could be made, but I'm not going to find that enhancing factor number 3 applies. Enhancing factor number 4 is urged by the state. A victim of the offense was particularly vulnerable because of age, physical or mental disability. I think that will apply. Testimony was that baby Evelyn was, everybody keeps saying 15 months old, but I think she was 15 months old when she was found. My recollection of the proof was that she was approximately 13 months old when she went missing. Is that wrong?
She was, her approximate age at death was 15 months old.
At death?
At death.
Okay. So she was 15 months old.
It was 13 years. 13 months old at death. It was 15 months old, they assumed, when she was reported. When they didn't know she was alive or dead.
So at the time of her death, she was somewhere between 13 and 15.
Yes.
The state has, and the court accepts enhancing factor number 4. Number 5 is urged by the state. The defendant treated or allowed a victim to be treated with exceptional cruelty during the commission of the offense. I don't know, and I'm not going to sit here all day and regurgitate the facts from 11-day trial. But thinking back on the proof that I heard, there can be no more cruel act than to stuff a 13 to 15-month-old baby wrapped in blankets and aluminum foil head first into the trash can. Especially when that 13 to 15-month-old baby is your baby. So the court accepts number 5. Number 6, the personal injuries inflicted upon or amount of damage to the property was particularly great. The court accepts number 6. There's no greater injury that you can inflict on another human being than death. Enhancing factor 10 was in the filing. The defendant had no hesitation about committing a crime when the risk to human life was high. The court accepts number 10. And then 14, the defendant abused a position of private trust. And again, the relationship between mother and child, there can be no greater private trust on this earth than that. So the court accepts number 14. Those are all the enhancing factors that were urged, all the ones that the court, after having looked through them, believes applies. Next, I have to consider mitigating factors in determining the appropriate length of sentence. And again, I'm not going to read, there's 12 statutory mitigators under 40, 35, 113. I'm not going to read all of these in. The defense didn't put any arguments forward as to any mitigating factors that should apply. The court, though, is required on its own, after having read the pre-sentence report, heard the proof, to apply any factors I think are applicable. So there's at least one that could be applicable, and I'm going to talk about it for a moment. That the defendant, because of youth or old age, lacks substantial judgment in committing the offense. The proof is that she was 18 when the killing occurred. But I also have to look at, so there's no question that she was a young adult. But I also have to look at all the other proof and circumstances surrounding the case. And it became very clear to the court upon hearing the evidence that the defendant, in her mind, saw a chance to lead a different life than what she thought she was going to be leading. And quite frankly, circumstantially, from all the proof, baby Evelyn was a stumbling block to leading that life. So she made the decision to remove that stumbling block. And because that's the tenor of the proof that this court heard, I reject mitigating factor number 6. She exercised judgment. It wasn't good judgment, but she exercised judgment in doing the things that she did. So of the 12 statutory mitigators, the court doesn't find that any are applicable to this case. The 13th is any other factor consistent with the purposes of the chapter. And courts regularly, if a person comes to the court without a substantial criminal history, courts regularly include that as factor number 13. If a person comes before the court and they've had a long, productive work history, then that factors into 13. If they've had military service, those are the kinds of things that factor into 13. In this case, Ms. Boswell, she did not have a long work history. In fact, the pre-sentence report said, she stated that she'd only ever had one job in her life, and that was at the chicken shack where she was working right around the time of this killing. I am going to give her credit for not having, even though she was only 18, I'm going to give her credit for not having a substantial criminal history, either as an adult or a juvenile. So, the court weighs all the facts that I've heard during the trial, all of the testimony that we've heard at this sentencing hearing. When the court weighs the enhancing factors and the mitigating factors, that's how I arrive at a verdict, or not a verdict, but a sentence. I do want to talk, and I'm going to talk about each of these counts individually with regard to the enhancing factors. Because if an enhancing factor is part and parcel of a charge, then it can't be used as an enhancing factor. So for count 4, aggravated child abuse, the state has to prove that the defendant knowingly, by other than accidental means, treated a child under 8 years of age in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury. The court is of the opinion that number 4 still applies because of the tender age of the child at the time. It's one thing to be a child under 8 when you're 6 years old or 7 years old. It's quite another thing to be vulnerable because your age is still literally being counted in months. So the court finds number 4 applies. Number 5 is not an element. It applies. Number 6 applies due to the death is not an element of aggravated child abuse or aggravated child neglect. 10 and 14 apply. So the court finds that they all apply. The counts 4 and 5. So the court's of the opinion in that Class A felony that the enhancing factors and the aggravated nature of this case in general take that sentence from 15 to 25 years. And when the court weighs, and quite frankly, each of these enhancing factors, with the exception, number 4 has low weight because of its similarity to those 2 counts, to the charge. 5, 6, 10, and 14 have great weight. The court affords very little weight to the fact that Ms. Boswell, at 18 years of age, had no serious criminal history. So the court's of the opinion, in counts 4 and 5, that the sentence should be 25 years. The court's also of the opinion that count 5 merges into count 4. In the tampering with evidence, the court's of the opinion that all the enhancing factors should be afforded great weight, and the sentence should be 6 years. The mitigating factor, which is the court's been giving very little weight, would not bring it back down. Now, with the false report, the court's of the opinion that the enhancing factors would take that sentence from 2 up to 4 years. And again, there being only the one consideration of the mitigator, it'll be 4 years. Under the case of State versus Smith, Tennessee Supreme Court, 436 Southwest 3rd, 751, handed down in 2014. Justice Holder, I believe, delivered the opinion of the court. And the opinion of the court was that due to the principle of lenity, not leniency, that a false report, because the legislature was ambiguous as to how they think that a false report should be punished, that the unit of prosecution isn't determined by the number of individual and distinct occurrences of false statement, but that the unit of prosecution is whether a false statement was given pursuant to a particular incident or offense. At least that's the way I read it. So it wasn't that it's a continuation of the interview. It's that the incident that is in the officer's concern is the disappearance of the child. And the Supreme Court says in that case that even if you tell 16 false statements about the disappearance of that child on different days and to different people and different variations of the story, it's still one incident. It's the disappearance of the child. So count 7 through 17 all merge into one count. So they all merge. Counts 8 through 17 merge into count 7. In count 19, the courts of the opinion the enhancing factors take that sentence from 1 up to 2 years. So that'll be a 2-year sentence. In count 20, and again, I'm weighing the lack of mitigators. In count 20, that sentence will be 2 years as well, for the same reason. Now, since I've already talked about merger, the courts of the opinion that counts 1, 2, and 3 would all merge into a single life sentence. So counts 2 and 3 merge into count 1. Now we'll talk about consecutive sentencing. In the state's filing, the state under 40, 35, 115 urged, and I think this might be a mistake, but urged number 2, that the defendant is an offender whose record of criminal activity is extensive.
And of course, ruling, I just so clarify, it wasn't a mistake, but at the time it was filed, I believe we would have all the false report counts to rely on past criminal history. Obviously, since the court started, multiplicitous, that doesn't exist anymore, so we're not relying on that one.
Court objection. But the court also relies on enhancer number 4 from the same statute, 4035-115, that the defendant is a dangerous offender whose behavior indicates little to no regard for human life and no hesitation about committing a crime in which the risk to human life is high. Now that's what the factor says in the statute. But as pointed out in State versus Taylor, (2017) Westlaw 2179952, also case numbers M 2015-02142-CCA-R3-CD. It's an unpublished case, but the unpublished case references published opinions. And the most important one that it references is State versus Moore, that quotes from the main case is the Wilkerson case, 905 Southwest 2nd, (933) Tennessee Supreme Court from 1995. And the Supreme Court, in determining the appropriateness of 4035-115, enhancing factor number 4, states that in addition to what's stated in the statute, that a court must also find that a consecutive sentencing is necessary in order to protect the public from further misconduct by the defendant, and that the terms are reasonably related to the severity of the offense. So, from the facts of this case, and again, I'm not going to just keep repeating it. Everybody who sat through that trial knows the facts that came in. The testimony during the trial was that that child was suffocated. When you look at the pictures of how tightly this baby was wrapped in blankets and aluminum foil, and the mechanism of being stuffed into that trash can head first, there's no doubt in my mind that this defendant had absolutely no hesitation when she killed her daughter. And in hearing the proof during trial of how she continued to live her life, and from hearing the proof circumstantially as to why she might have done this deed, because this new boyfriend is the life that she wanted to grasp onto. It's like the state said, the house on the lake. A lifestyle that she wanted for herself. The fact that Evelyn was just in the way. And looking at all the video that we saw during the trial, this court never once saw remorse, never once saw empathy out of the defendant. So she is a dangerous offender. The circumstances surrounding the commission of this offense are absolutely aggravated. This baby couldn't care for herself. This baby had the only life this baby knew. The only way this baby could get through a day was through her mom. And I understand that the way the parole system is set up when dealing with a life conviction is that she has to serve 51 years before she's even eligible for consideration for release. And Mr. Scott asked the question during his argument, which was the right question to ask. Is Megan Boswell at 69 years of age coming out of prison a risk to society? And the only conclusion that I can come to after hearing the proof in this case, seeing the evidence in this case, seeing how utterly unconcerned with the fact that she took the life of a 15-month-old child, her own child. The court has to answer that question, yes. That society does need to be protected from the evil that lurks in her heart. And then, would the aggregate length of the sentence reasonably relate to the offense which she stands convicted? For the same reasons I just said, yes is the answer. So the court finds that all those sub-factors, if you will, are met. And I want to read a passage. And I think the state may have, but I highlighted this yesterday when I read the case. In State versus Durantes, 331 Southwest 3rd, 370, at page 376, the Tennessee Supreme Court in 2001 it's found that the dangerous offender classification was satisfied where a defendant demonstrated extreme callousness toward the health and welfare of the child victim, and that the results of that callousness were fatal. It's almost as though that passage was written to describe this case. Therefore, the 25-year sentence for the merging counts of aggravated child abuse and neglect will be consecutive to the life sentence. The 6-year sentence for tampering with evidence and the 4-year sentence for false report will be concurrent with each other, but consecutive to the 25 years. And the 2-year sentences for the abuse of corpse in count 19 and count 20 will be concurrent with each other, but consecutive to the 6 years. So in counts 4 through 20, that'll be a 33-year sentence as a range 1 standard offender, consecutive to her life sentence. The court has considered probation. She's not eligible for probation on the Class A felonies. That 25 years has to be served by statute. The court has considered probation on the additional 8 years and finds that a grant of probation would depreciate the seriousness of this case, given the facts of this case, given the fact that she has shown no remorse, she has shown no empathy towards this child, her child, and probation in those counts will be denied. Mr. Scott, I believe at sidebar you had indicated that you would like to have a transcript prepared before, in order to prepare the motion for new trial.
Yes, Judge.
I'll order that transcript, whatever order I need to sign, share, I'll do it.
Judge, I would also like to have this sentencing period as well.
The sentencing hearing will need to be typed up as well. We'll set this for status. We'll send Ms. Boswell back to TDOC. And let's set this for a status on January 16th to see where we are on getting the transcript prepared.
That's fine. Can I waive Ms. Boswell's appearance at that?
Well, what I'd prefer her to do is appear by Zoom.
That's
if,
fine.
If she can, but if not, yes, we'll use whatever.
Okay.
All right. All right, that's all.
All right, so that's it. I guess we could go to this one too. That one might be better. All right, so all in all, I'm not going to read through everything, but all in all, she gets 33 years consecutive to the life sentence, and grant of probation was absolutely denied. Not just denied, but absolutely denied. So he did a lot of merging. He did a lot of 4 through 20, I think he merged. 8 through 17 he merged. He talked about the different class of felonies. There could be no more cruel act than the stuff a 13-year-old into a trash can. Just terrible, terrible. Talked about mitigating factors. Became clear that Megan saw a chance to lead a different life than the one that she had. He did give her credit. He gave her credit for not having a substantial criminal history. And then he went through each individual ones. Counts 4 and 5, 25 years, with count 5 merging into count 4. So basically those are just pretty much the same thing. 6 years for tampering, which I think was count 6 maybe. Count 7 was 4 years. 8 through 17 merged. 19 will be 2 years. 20 will be 2 years. So he merged all the life sentences into one. That was 1 through 3, 1, 2, and 3. He merged those into one single life sentence, and no grant of probation is denied. So she's not going to be eligible for parole in 51 years. So that's pretty much it. She's not eligible for parole. She's in jail, and that's where she shall remain. Let's see. Dr. Vonda, Dr. K, I can't go down there. It would be too hard. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Shay, she was 18 when this happened in 20, so I think she's 22 now? She's like 22 or something. This happened in 2019. So what's that, 6 years ago? So she's 24. I think she's 24 now. She was born in 2001, right? You guys were saying she was born in 2001. We need a 120-year emoji, yeah. Yeah, just straight up 120 years. Chris says, how can anyone look at that sweet face and do what she did? I don't know. She says she didn't do it. She says her allocution said that she didn't do it. So she believes that she didn't do it. I don't know. Yes, absolutely denied, Dr. K. Not only did he say it was denied, but he said absolutely denied. And throw away that key. Yep. Yeah, 33. It was 33 years. So counts 4 through 20. So that was the whole point of today, was she already got life with the 1 through 3. The only thing up for debate today was, will she get parole after 51 years? And then what happens with the rest of the charges, 4 through 20, abusing a corpse, lying to the police, falsifying records, false reports, failing to report, aggravated child abuse and neglect. So all these things, 12 counts of providing false statements. She lied 12 times, so that's really what was up for debate. So she already had life. She already had at least 60 years eligible for parole after 51. So that was not what today was about. What's going to happen with all those other 4 through 20s, and then will she ever get probation? So we found out 33 years consecutive to her life sentences, and absolutely no chance of parole. So that's it. That's it. Sure Life, this all just put the icing on the cake today. Let's see. Lazy Boy says 51 is still a long time, and that was just being eligible. That was just her being eligible. That doesn't mean she would get out. That was just for her to be eligible. So they were saying, her defense was saying she'd be 69 when she gets out. I'm sorry, 69 when she would become eligible for parole. So there was it wasn't like, oh, when I turn 69, I'm going to be out. No, it was just she was eligible for parole. That was it. Moki, yeah, her statement, right? Just what? Psychosaurus says, and folks are rarely granted parole on their first try. I have her having a very challenging time convincing anyone to let her out even after 51 years. Yep. Kate, I saw Donna's verdict this morning when I woke up. What a great start to the day. There you go. There you go. Yep, a refreshing wake up. Vanilla Bean, thank you for joining us. Drunky the Bear, what a waste of her life. I know, right? People are rarely granted parole. Yeah. G. Stewie, thank you, Squeegee and Trial TV Live, for another great week of trial. Your hard work is appreciated by all of us. Hope you guys have a relaxing weekend. See you next week. Thank you for that. Thank you, G. Stewie. Appreciate that. Pammy, you're going to go meet your grandson at the bus stop. I hope is he old enough to be at the bus stop? I guess so. Early release today. See y'all somewhere around the tubes. We can make a really poor joke about that, Pammy, but have a great weekend. Enjoy your time with your grandson. Wait, it's Sure Life's what? Sure Life, it's your birthday? Whose birthday? Sure Life, is it your birthday? David Robinson, children is our biggest resource. Love them, hug them, and tell them you love them. I totally agree. Totally agree. Kathy, she's a danger, definitely. Yep. Oh, she was 17? I thought she was 18 when she did it. Well, she was born in 2001, we think, right? So she was 18 in 2019, and that's when she went missing. So if she was born in 2001, which I believe she was, so that would make her 18. Jojo, how many chances will she get to attempt appeal? I don't know. At least one. I mean, that's why it was supposed to happen in May. We heard them at the end of this verdict. They said sentencing was going to be at the end of May, and then that got pushed out because her lawyer wanted a new trial, so that got pushed out until September. So she's child school bus. Okay, she have fun, Pammy. Give your grandson a big hug from all of us. She already wanted a new trial, so I guess that's appeal number 1. I don't know, how many appeals do you get? Oh wait, is it your birthday, Shore Life? Who's spreading rumors about Shore Life? Oh, okay, no, not your birthday. Okay, it's not your birthday. All right. Well, why not? Let's say it's your birthday. Why not? Who's going to be next for Madelson's? We took a couple polls yesterday, and well, let's go to the poll that we took yesterday. Who is going to be next? Was either going to be Harvey or Donna, right? Harvey or Wendy. Let's see what. Let me find let's find the poll. We can get to it. Excuse me. So let's go to our poll from yesterday. And let's see. Trial notes, here it is. Okay, yeah. So our poll from yesterday, Sky Bell. Let's see. Out of 183 votes, is Wendy next or is Harvey? So 87% of you thought Wendy was going to be next. 3% thought Harvey, 6% thought both, and 2% thought neither one. So yesterday, out of 183 votes, 87% of us thought that it was going to be Wendy. So based on that, oh, here's the other. This was a fun experiment. Okay, so I take trial notes for you guys that know you know. So Wendy came up. Wendy's name comes up 331 times, right? So 331, and then let me just jot that down. So Wendy's name in the trial, at least in my notes, came up 331 times. Charlie's name, who has been convicted, came up 344 times. So one person who's been convicted 344 times, one person who hasn't been convicted but is a person of, an unindicted co-conspirator 331 times. You know, you guys sort that out. And then Harvey came up 86 times. So Harvey was 86. So you know, I'm not going to say you do the math because that doesn't quite work, but you know, you guys can sort it out from there. You know what I'm saying? Cindy, did someone say cake? Cindy comes sidling in. Did someone say cake? Wait, here's Cindy. Here's Cindy. Did someone say cake? That would be me, actually. Did someone say cake as I come sidling in? Did someone say cake? Michelle, I think Wendy and Harvey will vanish. Oh, don't think they don't have their eyes on them. You know they have their eyes on them. Or both, yeah. Well, we took the poll. But I'm going with who was mentioned more, who has more, you know, yes, Wendy has limited immunity, but she's been told that yet what she says on the stand won't be used against her, but that doesn't mean she's not open to future prosecution. So there is that. What is this about cake? It's Shore Life's birthday, and she's making a cake and passing it out. Donna's number was 331. What did I just say? Oh, I'm sorry. Wendy. Okay, Wendy was 331. Let me write this down. So Wendy was 331. Charlie was 344. Harvey was 88, and Donna. Let's see, what was Donna? Donna was 536. So Donna was 530. Yeah, 536. 536. So 536 times I wrote Donna's name. So 330 here. I'll drop it in chat. So these were the times these were the amount of times, the numbers. Let's see how that comes out. All right. So these were the numbers. Okay. And then, okay, see, these were the numbers. Let me get this down. Okay, oops. All right, Harvey. All right, so these were the numbers. All right, this was the number of times in my notes. These are just my personal notes, right? So these are the number of times in my personal notes. So Wendy's name I put down Wendy's name, or her name was mentioned just from me. Her name could have been mentioned more often, but this was just from my notes. 331 times. Charlie's name was 344. Harvey was 86, and Donna's name was 536 times. So, JRN, what? Cheesecake? What? All right. Widespread. I think Wendy is the most intelligent member of her family. If she tries to leave the country, she'll drive to Mexico City and try to leave from there. Georgia has a ton of evidence that we don't know about yet. Yep, including all on Donna and Wendy's phone and the sealed records still to come out. She says, stay tuned. That is true. She did. How the heck do you count them, Paula? I use text. I'm on a Mac, so it's just a text editor, and you just do a find. It's like being in Word, and you just do Command F, find, and then you type in whatever it is you're trying to find. Let's see. Awadi, how do you get into the crimes? How do you get into the crimes and trials? Meaning, how do we find them, or how do we get into them? Well, we just search around. Like we have one, hopefully this one in Tampa that the jury selection is going on now, and we just need to have them streamed somewhere on YouTube. They need to exist. Hopefully. We like the smaller trials, but if not, we go to the larger streaming platforms on YouTube. That's our criteria. If you guys find a trial that you want us to cover or check out, let us know. It just has to be covered by like a news station or court TV, Law and Crime. Somebody has to stream it, or else we can't use another content creator, We have used other people's content in the past, but we ask permission. Like the trial channel, we ask permission, and people are cool. People grant it, so you just got to ask. Oh, what got me interested? Well, Erin, my wife, has always been interested in true crime, and because she's always interested, I'm interested. We watch it together. We watched Jodi Arias was a really good trial, and but that was like on court TV back really before YouTube was around. But it was the Johnny Depp trial that hooked us into YouTube, and that just exploded, right? Emily D. Baker and Rob Lumber, Ian Runkle, all those just exploded from there. And then we were watching the Karen Reed trial, the very first one, and I was watching on one stream, she was watching on another stream, and I said, it was Jen McCabe's testimony, and Erin's in another room working, and I'm in the office working, and I was like, oh my God, can you imagine what Jen just said? And she's like, I'm behind. So we're kicking around. It was around that time, and we were like, why don't we just start our own YouTube channel and just give the data? That's all I wanted. I just wanted the data. I didn't want the recap. I didn't want hear the talking heads. I didn't want people stopping the trial and fast forwarding and rewinding and pausing and all that stuff. I just wanted to hear the data. So when we started this channel, it's a year ago. We had our 1 year anniversary stream last May. So we're a year and a couple months now. When we started with Chad Daybell, and we caught the last 5 or 6 days, and then we switched over to Karen Reed. We caught the last 5 or 6 days of her trial. This was trial number 1. And we just wanted a clean stream. No talking heads. I was in chat. We were in chat and we were chatting, but we didn't want to be, yet another channel that stops and talks and pauses and all that stuff, which is fine. but that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what we wanted to do. So that's how it got started. So we're interested. We love true crime. The deeper that we get involved with it, the more it's evolved into giving voices to people, to victims, to survivors like Evelyn. Poor little thing. I feel honored that I'm able to have a platform that gives a voice to her. Because otherwise, who would know who she is? So. So that, I hope that answers your question. Lazy Boys, when did the kiddies get involved? Let's see. Well, Rafa and Polly came to us. They found us last June, July. Super Bowl. I didn't go on. I was off screen. We got smacked by YouTube because they said our content wasn't original enough. So I had to come on stream. So that was last March. So we got demonetized last Thanksgiving, and then we got remonetized. It took about 90 days. So we got remonetized again, which means we could offer subscriptions and emojis and all that fun stuff back last March, or this latest March, a couple months ago. So then the kiddies came on board. I guess probably I started to show Super Bowl like maybe May and June, and then Polly had her kids in June, and so then we just started to show them. We figured we're always looking for content, what to show our community. So we just figured sharing our little kittens with you guys would be a way of letting you look into our into what we're all about. So. Sinbad, YouTube was wrong dissing you. Others did what you did with no repercussions. I know. I see them. C. Gilmore, I remember watching you during these cases. Then you disappeared. So happy you returned. Yeah, we had to get rid of a lot of stuff. We had to delete a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, we were covering Megan Boswell, and we deleted. We deleted her because I wasn't on stream. Dr. Von de Kay, Joe Schmo has me interested in, it's London, right? London Valdez in Oklahoma. Absolutely. Yeah, perfect example. Unless that's covered by any kind of news station, we're not going to be able to stream it. So what Joe is doing, 100%, I agree with that, Dr. Kay, for sure. We need people like that. Yeah, it did happen. Alicia, yeah, we got smacked. Mo Freedom, here you get uninterrupted trial coverage and kitty cam during the breaks. What more could you ask for? A lot of people that say that. They say they come for the trials, they stay for the cats. So we appreciate that, you guys. Mary Jane, that's why I love watching you. Thank you, you guys. Jenny, we all love kitty cam. Mallory, thank you, you guys. Weekend kitty streams were so therapeutic, Barry says. Yeah, we got to get back to that. Well, now that they're older, it has to be here because they're just all over the house. But maybe we'll do one this weekend. I have to mow this weekend. I have some yard work I have to do. I haven't mowed for a while, so our lawn is getting a little woolly. So I'm going to be mowing this weekend, which is usually a 2-day affair. Maybe. Oh, and I want to do some cooking. I've got my Cooking with Chris series going on. I've done 3 episodes, so I've got 2 more in the can. So I need to produce those and want to get those up for you guys, and then I want to do some more recording. Paula, did Polly show up at your door pregnant? She was with us. She came in like end of June, beginning of July, and then she got pregnant the following June. So no, we were with her for almost a full year. So the other 100 or so channels streaming didn't count. I don't know. How much for Houdini? Not for sale. Michelle Phillips, and your cooking. Thank you. Yeah, for those that, if you guys, we have a wish list for Polly and her babies. If you guys want to support, that would be fantastic. I go every Saturday. I'm going tomorrow to the post office. We have a post office, so I'm going to go tomorrow to pick up some gifts that are there for Polly. Lazy boys, we need 1 billion subscribers. Nice. Wokus Joke says, Cindy, I'm not sure the BOEM has been covered with cameras, but I'm hoping when the trial comes it will change. Now, he's the guy that ran away from the road rage and hit those 4 girls. I think, right? Isn't that him? We have him. You guys were talking about him the other day. So we have him on our radar as well. Salty Girl, time for a Hallmark movie, heavy week. This case was tougher than a lot of them. I know. That's why we always leave you with kitties at the end. They're sleeping. Everybody's sleeping right now. But at the end of the stream, I'll show some kitties at the end of the stream. I do not. It's push. I have a push mower for now. Can we do a cook-along? I thought about doing a live. Maybe at some point. Kale salad was delicious. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate that. Do I have a big yard? It's over half an acre, 0.6, I think, 7, something like that. It takes me, it takes about 2 hours to do the back and maybe an hour to do the front. So I split it up. Sinbad, whenever I'm needing a stress release fix, I always find a favorite lunchtime kitty cam. Yesterday's was hilarious. Nice. Thank you for that. Stephen, has this become your full-time jobs now? Yes and no. Erin still has a marketing agency. She started back in 2007, and I've been working with her since 2008. She has her clients. I have mine. But this, we started this as just like a side hustle, if you will. Just, hey, let's cover the trials we want to watch. Let's just throw them up there, and if we never thought that it would do what it's doing. Like right now we're at 14,278 subscribers. If you talked to me a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I would have been like, no way. But we just wanted to. We're kind of our business model, if you will, is we want to cover the trials that we want to cover, and if you guys want to come along for the ride, fantastic. And if you don't, that's fine too. There's plenty of other creators out there that are covering other trials, which is fine. As Scott always says, the internet is large enough for everybody. So we want to cover the trials that we want to cover. So I never thought it would get to this, but the amount of time that goes into a channel is I never thought it would be this intense. Creating thumbnails, creating descriptions, posting on social media. Somebody's calling me. Promoting the channels, and then talking to your community. That's the fun part. There's really no bad part, because Aaron and I, we always say, let's go break bad, right? So we're sitting around, having a glass of wine or whatever, and we're like, so what else would we be doing? We'd be just sitting around having a glass of wine. Why don't we go in and work on a description? Why don't we work on a thumbnail? Let's figure out the next trial we're going to watch. We can still have our glass of wine. So it's thank you, Vonda. Thank you, Dr. K. Appreciate that. Thank you. Really appreciate your support. Thank you. So to answer your question, Stephen, to make a long story bearable, for me it's become my full-time job. I do still have clients though. Gina, have a wonderful weekend. Be well. Great to see you. I always love your profile picture. Sinbad, it's a full-time job with all the overtime. It takes a lot. You guys really have no idea. But it's fun. I wake up in the morning wanting to go to work, because of you guys, and I mean that. Willow Johnson, thanks for today. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Willow. Sherry, did you see Harvey taking a piece of pizza from the media room? No way. Serious? Who has that? Is that like available? We'll definitely. All right, if that's out there, we'll share. Sherry, if that's out there, I'll tell Aaron about that, and we'll do a short for that. I'll find the reel and see if you can post. You won't be able to post it. Yes, Cindy, that's what we're hoping for. Vanilla loves the surveys. Alan Jackson is BOEM's attorney. Yep, we've been spoiled. Yep. Ambi, you and Aaron are wonderful. Thanks so much. Oh, thank you. Chasing Sunshine. I absolutely love this channel and the incredible, kind, intelligent chat. Good people attract good people. I'm glad I found you. Thank you, Chasing Sunshine. Really, really appreciate that. Yes, that is correct. That's what we're hoping for. Was that after the verdict? If so, how is he even hungry after his wife just got a life sentence? You won't be able to post in here, you guys. Wait, hold on. The sun is starting to come through now. You won't be able to post. Only mods can post, so you won't be able to post a. You won't be able to post a link here. Michelle, Erin, make it short. Yes, poor Erin. She has so much to do, but we'll work on that. Don't worry. Owadi, thank you for saying that. Widespread panic. My favorite thing about this channel is how Aaron and Chris take measures to keep the chat respectful of everyone. So rare in the YouTube universe. Well, I appreciate that, Widespread, and that's why we have you as a moderator. You know, you embody what we're all about, and we are fair. We try to be fair. I mean, everybody has opinions, and I'm going to be honest with you. I see people in the chat, and sometimes it hurts or it offends me or whatever, but there are always, three sides you guys were saying? There's always three sides to the story, yours, mine, and the truth. So everybody does have an opinion. So that's all. Mike, can I ask a question? Is the sentencing completed yet? I just got back. It is, Mike. Yep, she was found. Do you want me to tell you, Mike, or do you want to go back and look at it? Let me know if you want me to spoil it for you. You have to go back about 30 minutes. Go back 30 to 35 minutes, or I'll spoil it for you. Oh, there you go. Mary just did. Barry, yes. No hate zone, mod love, chat love. Jenny, yes. Mod love, chat love, facts. Anna, thank you. Mallory, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Allie, I just went to YouTube and searched Harvey Pizza Media Room, and it came up. Okay, cool. All right. Please tell me, spoil you. So, as you see, she got 33 years. Life, nope, absolutely denied. Absolutely denied. He said absolutely was denied. Her probation, grant of probation, absolutely denied. Not just denied, but absolutely denied. So she's basically, she's not going anywhere. All right, so if this, okay, you guys are saying, I'm not going to play it here. Let me just see if I can find it. So Harvey Adelson, oh my God, Harvey Adelson Pizza. Does this really exist? So AA Legal Focus has it. So AA Legal Focus. So helped himself. Oh, Mentor Lawyer. Okay. Oh, so Mentor Lawyer brought it for the media. Mentor Lawyer brought it for the media. Harvey Adelson helped himself to pizza brought by Mentor Lawyer for the media. You guys, if you don't know Mentor Lawyer, he's really cool. Definitely go check him out. He was in the courtroom. Really nice guy. I like his commentary. See, I like listening to the lawyers. I love Peter. I love Emily. I love Runkle. I love Rob. I love the lawyers. Mentor Lawyer. I like that. I love Scott from our Recovery Addict. He's not a lawyer, but I love his content as well. So there's a lot of folks. Carl Stein. Let's see. Yeah, Carl Steinbeck. He's cool. Of course, Joe Schmo. Joe Schmo's getting into that whole investigative reporting aspect. So there's a lot of really great content out there. So Mentor Lawyer bought pizza for Harvey Adelson, and he went into the media room and he got himself, and that's from AA Legal Focus, right? Is that she was there as well? AA Legal Focus. Let's see what. Unbelievable. Oh, and Gigi, yeah, Pretty Lies and Alibis too. She's fantastic. So there's so much great content creators out there, Steinbeck. This is the other Carl Steinbeck. Did I say it right? Vinnie Politan. Yep. I remember Vinny many. Well, no, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna. Vinny's young. Vinny's young at heart. Tanika, yep, Tanika 2 cents. She definitely is another one. Yeah, Mo Freedom, not surprised, Harvey. It's not kosher. Well, they don't care about that. They don't care about that. Rob and Allie, of course, Defense Diaries. I know, it just goes on and on, right? The list goes on and on. Grizzly, yep, Grizzly's a great. She's been in our chat before. When we were doing Stefan Stearns, she found our stream, but it wasn't being streamed or it wasn't being shown. But that's kind of how we connected with her, and she's popped into our chat a couple times. So yep, Grizzly, we love Grizzly True Crime. So again, there's just so much. There's so much content out there that it's not hard to find good content. So, all right, guys. All that being said, I am going to call it a day, and you guys go find something fun to do. Go walk outside. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to enjoy some fresh air, and actually, I'm going to eat my pizza. Still haven't eaten my pizza, so I'm going to go enjoy my pizza, and I'll let you guys go watch another creator and or go get some fresh air. I'm going to go play with some kitties. But before I go, as always, little Super Ball there. We've got, Super Ball's here, and we've got little Houdini is over there. We've got, who's back over here? Anybody over here? And nobody's over there. We got somebody up there. Kind of hard to see them, but somebody's over there. Yep, they're all pretty much they're all passed out. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Be sure that you give a big thank you to both our mods and to Aaron on your way out. If you guys want to leave comments, we always get to our comments, so we will talk with you that way. And we're going to take the weekend off, and Monday we're hoping that the trial in Tampa will be streamed. If not, we'll have to figure out what we're going to cover next week. But we're hoping that the Tampa trial will be streamed so we can cover that. So have a great weekend. Make sure you guys go out and do something for yourself. Take care of your wellness. We cover a lot of emotional issues here on Trial TV Live, and I know it kind of weighs down on us. But just make sure you go out and you see some stars, you see some grass, you step in the grass, you put your toes in the grass, you go to the beach if you're close enough and lucky enough to live near one, and if not, just be kind to yourself. So, with that, we will see you on Monday. Regardless of whatever, we will be doing something on Monday. I'm just not quite sure what yet, but join us Monday, and we will see you then. Have a good weekend, guys. Bye.